Good morning. Welcome back. Welcome back if you are on day 2. Welcome for the first time if you're day 1. Welcome to everyone joining us online. We will just start with a little practice because that's what we do, right? I'm going to sit with you all. So just getting comfortable, we'll sit and then we'll have a little time to connect with each other, and then we'll get Soren and Jack and Trudy out here. All right, so just letting yourself settle. Just inviting in presence, whatever that means for you. Quieting your phones if they haven't been quieted yet. All these reminders. Isn't the universe generous? Yeah. So just starting to tune in, crossing that threshold from getting here into arriving. You might even ask yourself, who's here? We're going to have Dick Schwartz on the stage later talking about internal family systems. So just asking yourself, who's here this morning? Who's here internally? Which part of that internal family system has arrived? Maybe someone who wants to get something done or has some anticipation about a speaker, desire to connect. We're worried about something at home or at work. So just laying out that welcome mat. letting all of our parts know they're welcome. And if one feels a little noisy, we can gently ask it to step back. Remind those parts that there's a lot of beautiful self-energy here. And as we start to tune into ourselves and our bodies, also starting to tune into the collective, just getting a sense for those around you, even with your eyes closed, just sinking into the sweetness of community. The sweetness of being held. And we're talking about disruption over these 2 days. Right? So these deep roots of community, or it can keep us steady in these times of disruption if we're disrupted in our lives. And just the knowing of that, and just watching what that does in the system. You might notice if you're holding tension anywhere, maybe just scanning the body for a moment, just inviting in softness, openness. And then checking in with our parts again. Checking in with who's here. And let's taking a breath together as a community, breathing in and breathing out. And let's take a few minutes just to connect, just find 1 or 2 people, and the invitation for the prompt, which can or cannot happen, is just, whoa, wait, I haven't said anything yet. You guys are so excited. Just sharing anything about your parts that came up, anything that wants to be heard or witnessed, or you have some curiosity about, or anything else you want to talk about. You guys don't need me anyway. Go ahead. Raise your hand if you're not having anyone to chat with right now, if you just walked in or need someone. Great. Anybody else? Oh, there we go. Great. Turn this off. All right, starting to wrap up your morning connection, coming back. Come back. Thank you. Let's all take a breath. Take a breath together, breathing in and breathing out. I love rooms where taking a breath together is what does the trick. You guys are the best. Okay. So just a few updates, and then I'm going to introduce Jack and Trudy. We are having some more community circles today at 10 in the morning, life transitions. So if anyone's going through big life transitions right now, 11 a.m. AI in our future, 2 p.m. social change, and 3 p.m. politics. That one should be spicy. And then there'll be a closing reception on the rooftop. So the rooftop's amazing. And by the way, if you haven't been to the rooftop, you can go up there anytime. Just go to the top floor if you need some air today. It's beautiful up there, or a place to connect. Okay, so our next conversation is around disruption in human relationships. Jack Kornfield is a beloved teacher, best-selling author, and one of the key figures who helped bring mindfulness and Buddhist meditation to the West. Trained as a Buddhist monk in Thailand, India, and Burma, Jack later co-founded the Insight Meditation Society in Barre, Massachusetts, and the Spirit Rock Meditation Center in California. With over 4 decades of teaching experience, he's guided countless people on the path of inner wisdom, compassion, and spiritual awakening. Trudy Goodman is a pioneering mindfulness teacher, psychotherapist, and founder of Insight LA, one of the first centers in the world to combine mindfulness and psychotherapy. With decades of experience in both Eastern contemplative practices and Western psychology, Trudy has played a key role in bringing mindfulness into mainstream culture. She trained with many of the great Buddhist masters and has taught widely alongside leaders like Jack, Sharon Salzberg, and John Kabat-Zinn. I can say I have trained with both of them and had the opportunity to learn from both of them for many years. They'll be in conversation with Soren. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Oh, good, we can see you.
Yes. We put you in the middle with your attendant.
Oh, wait, I forgot my book.
All right.
I'm going to get it.
Okay. It can be brought to you if you want to stay.
I
The
wanna
book,
stay and
because
have
they're
it
listening,
brought
the
to
book will
me.
be brought to you.
I would like it to be brought to
It will appear
you.
momentarily.
Hear me?
A yellow book will appear momentarily. A yellow book
you.
that's on the table. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Trudy, I think you drew the straw to guide us in a short meditation before
Yes.
we begin our conversation. Is that still
Yes.
suitable for you?
Beautiful flowers. Thank you to whoever did these flowers. So taking a deep breath in and releasing. And one more time, just breathing in the aliveness of this moment. And releasing any tension in your body. And one more deep breath, intentional deep breath in. That's Jack's mindfulness step.
That's it.
I can't tell you how many times we've been teaching a meditation retreat together, and somebody's giving the Dharma talk, and suddenly, ding dong, ding dong.
We actually did a thing in New York. I was teaching with Mark Epstein, and it was a big crowd, like 1,000 people. And he said, phones, would you all please turn your phones on? And then we sat for 5 minutes, and the ringers with 1,000 people started to go off, and it was like this symphony that was happening in the room. He said, okay, now you can turn them off. Go ahead.
Okay, so We just took 3 very calm,
We did.
Sorry, my dear. I
relaxed-
apologize.
This has never happened. I've never interrupted, ever. We're going to talk about that.
We'll repair. There'll be a repair later.
Lowering your gaze, taking a deep breath in. Coming back to your body with the next intentional deep breath in. And releasing. And allowing the breath to flow in its own natural rhythm. Allowing yourself to be calmed and nourished by your very own breath. And sensing and feeling the breath in your body, just how it is for you right now. If it's smooth and deep, or a little nervous and ragged. How is it for you right now? And just allowing your breath to love you. Allowing yourself to feel caressed and loved by your very own breath in your very own body. The breath knows how to attune to exactly what your body needs right now. It's perfect. And just see if you can rest in trusting that perfection of breath, of the aliveness of the body, and the capacity, this great capacity of our minds and hearts for being present. For in this capacity, in this being present, we have all the ingredients we need to wake up. To wake up to the beauty, the preciousness, the gift of this life. Right here, right now. And just dropping in a friendly wish. May my body be happy here today, at ease. May my mind be relaxed and at ease here today, receptive and open. And may my heart be present and full. Ding.
Thank you, Trudy. So we're here to talk about disruption and challenges and learnings in relationships. And when we say relationships, we just mean all the different ways that humans interact and connect, be they family or friends or partners or parents or whatever form that humans can take in our lives. And Ram Dass used to say that if you think you're enlightened, try to go spend a couple weeks with your family and you'll probably get more information on that enlightenment. And so relationships both bring out the best in us and potentially bring out the not so best in us. So I was wondering as we begin, if maybe both of you could speak to some of the learning that's possible in relating to humans and other humans and why this is important and why we might want to focus on this area. So Jack, do you want to start?
I'm thinking about when we first got together, which was 15 years ago?
I think
As a couple?
14, 15.
Yeah, something like
14,
that. We'd been friends
15. We
forever,
know each other
since the 70s.
since our 20s.
And we started to spend a lot of time together, and then we were going to travel. We had this trip planned, and I like to organize those kind of things, and I got our flights and our hotels and the whole big thing. And then not that long before we were supposed to go, Trudy said she didn't want to go. There was something else. Wow. And I said, but I put all this time, I booked, I did, and she looked at me and she said, women change their minds. Now, we know it's not just women. I'm not kind of putting it on women. But there was something in that moment that was really important to me to understand that to have a love relationship means something different than the expectations of what I have of how it's supposed to go. And in fact, to allow Trudy or to allow that person or the people in relationship to be who they are and the way they are and not the models that we have about how it's supposed to be, which is an enormous surrender. It doesn't mean that you surrender your own perspectives or dignity, but you don't expect that other person somehow to fit or to be in that. And then subsequently, we've had wonderful years, and on occasion,
Very, very rare.
on occasion, little kinds of conflicts and things like that. And I'll say something, one tiny bit more, and that is, and maybe this is the takeaway for me for this conversation, is when we get in conflict, there's often that sense of, well, who's right about this? I don't know if you've noticed that.
Oh, we
in your
love being
relationship,
right.
but
Usually Trudy's right, I think.
probably so. Often.
Such a deep pleasure.
But the repair somehow, if there's been disruption and so forth, means that somebody, at least one person, has to kind of say, okay, I accept, and I'll be with you. And then things can get repaired. If the two people are still stuck in their positions, I'm right, and you did this, and you did that, it doesn't resolve. Mm-hmm. So one person has to actually, you can only do it this way. You can't do it, the two of you. Otherwise, you end up with Russia and Ukraine or whatever. Seriously, somebody has to say, all right, I'm taking a step back. I'm not going to hold on. And then lean in and say, what's going on? Get curious. What's happening? And that changes the entire dynamic. Mm. So I'll pause with that.
Great.
Yeah. I think for me, what's been amazing about this relationship, and I do need full disclosure, Jack is husband number 4. my favorite of all. When I say you are my favorite one of
Thank you, dear.
all.
What an honor.
Some of us are determined to find love, no matter what. And I think for me, the most amazing and challenging part has been just accepting that I am accepted and loved. That's simple. We joke about how much we both love to be right. I worked for many, many years as a couples therapist, family therapist, working with kids too. And I would say to warring couples, would you rather be close or would you rather be right? Because often it's not going to be both. And I was thinking, just Sunday, I woke up and I was just feeling grumpy. And usually I would go to the farmer's market, and I came in the living room and sort of defiantly announced to Jack, I just don't feel like going to the farmer's market today. It's a thing, it's a job. And he said, and it was my tone of voice. It's not what you say so often, it's your tone of voice. And he said, well, we're only here for a short time. And I thought, oh my gosh, you're right. We're only on this earth for a short time. Like, why would I talk to you like that? He just meant we're only up here for a few days. So it's fine if you don't go to the farmer's market. But I also think this is where practice comes in. If we're practicing mindfulness, if we're practicing self-compassion, we're doing these loving kindness practices, we're open to the truth of impermanence, that really all things are impermanent. If we keep that truth in our hearts, it's also harder to cling to whatever grumpy, grouchy thing you find yourself immersed in the moment. So I was very grateful for that, my misunderstanding of what you said. We're only here for a short time, everybody. It really matters how we are. And my first teacher, San Sanim, Venerable Sung San, who I was introduced to by my old childhood friend, John Kabat-Zinn, he used to say to us jokingly when we thought it was a joke because we were in our 20s. He'd say, we'd get upset about it. He'd say, oh, soon dead. Soon dead. Jack and I are about to turn 80 this summer, right? It's not as funny right now. Yeah.
Great. So I'm wondering, Jack, if you want to speak a little bit about repair. You had talked about the challenges that sometimes people have when there's tension, and that one person has to step up and say, could you tell me a little bit about what you're feeling, or I'm sorry I did this, or how was I misrepresented? Could you share a little bit about what that looks like in your life and working with people and in your own dynamics and relationships?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to start. I was working with a couple that was in tremendous conflict. They came in to see me, and I said, well, let's arrange this in a way that you feel comfortable to talk about these difficult things, like where you feel somewhat safe. And immediately the woman of the couple got up, walked out, and closed the door. And then, about a few seconds later, the door opened, and you could see one eye peeking through. She said, okay, I feel safe here. But it was something very graphic about making a space, whatever it takes, where we feel safe enough first to listen to each other, and what that takes. And part of helping that happen is the element of curiosity, or wanting to know what would make it feel okay to talk about this, and it might be, well, I can't talk about it for a few days. I'm still, so upset, or whatever. But to lean in with a curiosity rather than an agenda already makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
So
Even if you're pretty sure you're right.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, so that's a first step, and then that quality what you were talking about, Trudy. Would you rather be right, or do you want to learn?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If there's some sense that you actually, what's going on? And we were talking in the room before coming in here backstage about, and we'll get to it, about the relationships in the body politic right now, and how easy it is to imagine the other side, the enemy, and so forth, and not be so curious about, well, what makes you feel that way?
Yeah.
What's going on in there? And that becomes actually the movement to make a difference.
Even if they don't seem to be curious about you.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
No, your job is not to fix them.
Yeah.
It's actually to listen
Yeah.
more deeply in some way. And I get calls sometimes working with people where there's been estrangement between parents and children. And, oh, my son, my daughter, whatever, they don't do this, they don't call that, whatever, or they've broken contact. And I'll say, you're the parent. It's your job to build the bridge. It's not their job.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So we have that inner capacity to do that.
Trudy, we had talked also about how, kind of practicing relationships and in all our different human interactions is some way kind of cultivating and supporting the world that we want to live in. And sometimes the world seems to be moving in a direction that we don't agree with. But how do we actually stay true to our own values, whether that's truthfulness and love? And could you speak a little bit about how you're trying to balance that between what you see in the world and then what your own inner world is trying to navigate?
Yeah, thank you, Soren. I have felt sometimes almost like slipping into some despair about the outer world, whether it's the climate or, I have friends from Darfur and Sudan, there's another genocide, or whether it's what's happening in our country. Our country, people are being disappeared in our country. That used to only happen in other people's countries, not in our country. So I can get, as I'm sure many of you, I can get pretty upset about all this. And then in that way, our relationships, whether it's intimate, couple relationship, friendships, good colleagues, whatever relationships we have, they can be such a sanctuary and not just a refuge from what's happening in the outside world, necessary sanctuary and refuge, but also a way to practice the things we want to see in the outside world. So by telling the truth, by being honest, by being as loving as we can muster in any given moment, I feel like whatever trust we can build between us in our relationships and our communities, it's an act of resistance against the forces that are trying to erode that trust and isolate us and fracture our connections with all the things that we know are fracturing our connections, the divisiveness, the assault on truth and on human rights in our country. And so for me, it's super helpful and to look at our relationships as, a place where we can stand our ground and strengthen the resilience that we have so that we can stand up also more in our communities and in our world.
That's beautiful. I remember Neem Baba supposedly, Maharaj used to tell Ramdas, you have two things, love everyone and tell the truth. And he's like, but the truth is I don't love everyone.
Yeah.
And so what do you do with those, I don't know if we call them shadowy parts or like repressed parts, or like you talk to a Buddhist and they're like, are you angry? And Buddhist, no, I'm not angry, I'm just loving. You're like, I don't think you're really angry right now. So how do we own those feelings and those emotions and those resentments and those judgments, but not also let them take us over? Because I think it's easy to kind of try to pretend that we're okay with everything, or because we're Buddhist or whatever we are, where we have a certain state, but that there's all these other feelings that are coming along, and I'm wondering how we work with those emotions in a way that's authentic, but also doesn't breed the same qualities that we so much, because I remember when Obama was president, people just hate Obama. I'd be like, how do you hate Obama? But he represented all these things, and they
That
hated
people
him.
hated, yeah.
And now we have a different president, and there's a lot of people that hate. And it's like, I understand, but is hate a quality that we also want to cultivate? And where do we honestly find some sense of love and peace within us, but that's not suppressing everything else?
I mean, for me, the Buddha was really helpful because the Buddha was very clear, how you decide whether you want to do something or cultivate a certain feeling is it onward leading? And that word onward leading meant, does it lead to happiness or does it lead to suffering? Does it lead to more connection? Does it lead to more disruption? I mean, disconnection, because we're talking about positive disruption too here, not just, is it destructive? Is it constructive? And that's really, that to me is very helpful, that guideline. And then also, Jack and I both worked as therapists, but I think I probably did it longer, that helping
And
people
better.
see. Oh, actually, it was your turn to speak.
No, keep
No, no,
going.
go
See how
I think
harmonious
you
we
did
all
longer
are?
and better. Go ahead, keep going.
No, I was just going to say, helping all of us get comfortable with all of who we are, and I think Dick Schwartz is going to talk about that later, but helping all of us get comfortable with all of who we are. We can just say, okay, right now, angry Buddha, right now, sad Buddha, right now, outraged Buddha, right now, hating Buddha, right now, itchy Buddha, whatever it is, it's the truth of this moment. And once again, we're not here very long. Nothing lasts forever, including your anger, hate, depression, grief, even heartbreak. Part of having had as many partners as I've had means there have been as many breakups and all the heartache of each one of those, and the bad disruption of lives and extended families and everything that goes with that, with divorces and heartbreaks. How to learn to accept the whole of who we are. This is, again, where practice and mindfulness and awareness practices are so valuable, because we realize I'm more than my anger. I'm not only my hatred and my grief, I'm more than that. And the more than that is my innate great perfection. Awareness is always here, waiting for us when we can access. We can't always access. Sometimes we're in too much distress to be able to access, the spaciousness of awareness. But it is always here. The one clear, true thing that can hold all of it.
Thanks. Jack, did you want to say?
Yeah, I'm sort of back thinking about Ram Dass, and there was a beautiful moment at the memorial service for Ram Dass a few years ago after he died. And Krishna Das, the musician that many of you know, who was with Ram Dass from very early on with his guru, Neem Karoli Baba, and he said something about Ram Dass. He said, he was talking about knowing Ram Dass when he came back and was Baba Ram Dass in the 1970s with the beard and the beads and the white robes and, sort of. And he said, Ram Dass became the person we thought he was when we met him. And one of the remarkable things of the last 20 years of his life in the wheelchair is he became incredibly loving. And you'd be with him and he would say, I love this and I love that, and there'd be some difficulty. He said, I love that too. Somebody said, aren't you in pain? He said, I love my pain. How about that? Wow. And to be in that field of somebody who carries that much love, he would look at you with so much love that it's like all the rest of it didn't matter. It changed everything. Now, two important things about it. One is that he did it because he practiced. It didn't just happen. but it was really his lifelong devotion, which is what you're saying. And the Buddhist First Noble Truth that there is suffering in life. Anybody not have that? Please raise your hand. Okay. Part of the game in some way, which you were talking about, Trudy, is to expand our heart's capacity to be present for the beauty and the suffering together and be present for it, which is what you learn in meditation, because there are times when you just want to run away, or in divorce, which for me too, I mean, here we talk about our little spats, but my divorce was, the two words I used was anguish and agony. It was so painful. And I had to use all the practice that I had. And even so, I would sort of drown in it sometimes, just because it was so painful, after 30 plus years and having a child. So, and human life is hard. It just is. And what you said, Trudy, that we also can become the heart has the capacity to hold it all.
Yeah.
That we can be the loving presence or the loving witness, because in the end, that's who you are at the end of life. So in some way, we're practicing together. We're doing it individually, but also we're in what Joanna Macy calls the great turning, where late-stage exploitive capitalism is not working so well for humanity. And we have to find a new way to be together, and that means things being disrupted and pull apart. The through line is our care, somehow.
And it seems like community. You were saying about how the monks would do things. There was somehow a community holding things, and not just an individual holding things.
Yes, right. So if we shift to whether it's in couples work, you go to see somebody else who's outside the system, and they look at it and you say, "Whoa, look at them," you know. But in any way, it's helpful to have somebody who's not lost in your state of consciousness. As a monastic, we had these sets of vows, and one of the important vows, of course, was celibacy. So I found myself in this monastery. Remember, I'm a young guy in his 20s, and one of the rules, you know, you can't act out sexually, you can't masturbate. Okay. So, and if you have to confess, because otherwise you can't be honest with the people around you. You have to confess in front of 20 monks. Right? So I'm in this monastery. Fortunately, it's not just me. There are a lot of young monks. We won't talk about the nuns, but the young monks. And, you know, periodically they have an event where if you feel you're not in honest harmony with the community, you come and you do a confession in front of 20 elders. And for me, as a young man, there were lots who were in my position, shall we say. And then they assign you, you're silent for a month, you do certain practices. The understanding, and it's been for thousands of years, is that you can feel when you're out of repair with the community. You can't sit there and do your chanting and say, I followed the rules. You know. And that repair is actually what brings the community back together. But it has to be witnessed. It has to be acknowledged and then forgiven in some way. So there's something, it's like the truth and reconciliation practice. There's something extremely powerful about us coming together with the intention to make repair. So we can hear things, and truth and reconciliation heard the most horrible things, but the through line was the intention to make a repair underneath it all.
Tell about, I love that image of covering mud with straw.
Yeah, that's part of the end of that reconciliation process. Everybody has their views, then there's an acknowledgement and apologies and so forth, and then the elders come in, and the image is covering mud with straw is to say, all right, let's cover what was difficult and gooky, and nobody, everybody got stuck in. so that you can walk across it and get to a different place.
Yeah.
So in some way, we're looking for that. We don't want to be, in general, we don't want to inwardly feel like we're out of harmony with who we are, and outwardly with one another.
Yeah.
And I think what's powerful about what you were describing, Jack, is the community that is the community witnessing, and you're not alone, and that is such an antidote to shame. The shame that we feel about our feelings and who we are. And I must be, oh, how could I call myself a spiritual teacher? Well, I don't call myself that, but how could I present myself to the world as that when actually I'm whatever, fill in the blanks, that's not very spiritual. And so that can be oppressive too, the identity, whatever identity you're holding, that you should be a certain way. And if you're not that way, and if your feelings, maybe you're a wonderful activist like Puent, or maybe you know, but maybe deep down you're terrified and you feel like I should be more courageous. Whatever the should is that you feel you should be in order to be completely and authentically who you are. The community repair, the community recognition that we are all both, what is it, imperfect perfections, you know, we're all the way that we are. And this comes back to the question of hate versus acceptance. And are we going to make everybody who doesn't agree with us our enemy? Or are we going to realize, just like me, they're scared. They're scared of losing their jobs. They're scared of AI coming. They're scared of, you know, just like me, just like you. That is such a powerful connector. And that's what we need, without shame and blame, to be able to connect as imperfect, perfect humans.
And that's everybody. That's like...
It's everybody.
That's everybody. Yeah.
It takes a lot of compassion then for yourself and others.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's so interesting when people laugh at that original Ram Dass thing about going to your family,
Yeah.
you know, because I think we can see ourselves in these different roles. Like, oh, I've attained something, or I've matured, or I've grown. And you realize, put yourself with different conditions.
Right.
That may not be the case so much. And it does feel like there's a certain loving forgiveness or embrace or compassion that seems essential as we learn. Like friends were telling me that when these are friends that are on the liberal side, that when they used to travel internationally and Obama was president, they traveled with like all this pride. And now, because they don't like the current president, they travel and they're almost embarrassed. You know,
I
because
have a
We
sweat-
have sweatshirts that say Canada.
you do, okay.
That we
But
can
why not
wear when we
own, like, this
travel.
is a part of us too, right? Like, America is made up of multiple facets of perspectives, right? Some of them currently show up, these other ones show up. And how do we hold all of that in a way of depth and understanding the humanity that we all are?
Right. How can we look at somebody who is, I don't know, Russian or Israeli,
Yeah.
and not imagine that they must be somehow complicit or responsible for what
Yeah.
their governments are doing?
Yeah.
You know, this is a big question.
Yeah.
And it is hard right now. I mean, Canadians, I don't know if you're out there biting their nails right now. And Mexico flexing her muscles.
Yeah.
Have you seen Claudia shine? La amo tan. I love her so much.
Yeah. And it's often in really hard times that the greatest activists appear. It sucks that we change when things get hard, but it does seem that humans, the most difficult moments are when the heart expands the most. I wish it was another way, but it does seem that there's a way in which challenges bring out the worst or the best in people.
Gosh, I really hate to hear you say that because it is so true. I have had, no, I mean, my most powerful insights or spiritual openings have really come at times of immense suffering.
Yeah.
Not that you have to go through that, but I think I was maybe a tough nut to crack or something, like I
Yeah.
had to go through that because it happened.
Yeah.
And honoring everything that brought us to this very moment
Yeah.
is so important. Because here we are, we get to do this together. And we get to reflect and explore the idea. I mean, again, for me, just coming back to more of the beginning, the idea that truth-telling and honesty in our personal relationships can be a revolutionary act at a time when misinformation and, I mean, deception and is just so rampant in our world.
So how does that work with Jack? Would it work with like, you know what, I was judging you and you were really pissing me off and I wasn't truthful to you about it now? How does that show up with with your friends or partners?
We tell each other. Like, okay, here's an example.
Yeah.
Just like I lost my hair last year, I had a traumatic illness. I'm fine now. And so it grew back, it's grown back very weird. And anyway, I finally got enough hair to have a haircut the other day. It's very exciting. And I came home and I really was happy that my haircut. I was aware that I looked a little bit like that one of the Three Stooges that had their hair cut, like, I don't know, just very blunt, weird, kind of sticking out, blunt cut. And Jack was so sweet. He didn't say anything until I put my hair up. And then he said, "Oh, your hair looks so much better now." But like 3 days had gone by and he didn't say anything, which was a kindness. It was a kindness. But then he told me the truth. And that's a trivial example. But sometimes those trivial examples can carry, they're emblematic of how we can be both kind and tactful with each other. Yeah, you look good in that. And then later saying, but actually you look better in that after the event is over. But yeah.
Yeah. Jack, how do you find yourself practicing these elements in whatever relationships, the multiple facets?
I notice, that I have, now that I've kind of been practicing mindfulness, that I have a lot more judgment than I would have thought. And it just comes up, it's there.
Yeah.
The thing that I do two things with it. One is I don't judge it, because it's like, okay, judging is bad, but what's that, right? So it doesn't get you very far. Say, thank you for your opinion, I appreciate it, that's different. And then I almost instantly switch to metta. I switch, whether I'm driving and somebody's, cut me off and whatever, or something happens with Trudy or something and a judgment comes. And my metta practice, I love to look at people and imagine them as kindergartners, basically. And just see them as a young child, which is there in everybody. Yeah. And it instantly flips the channel. I go, oh yeah, who knows what they're carrying? Who knows what they are? So I want to add something else. This is sort of going back to the First Noble Truth, and anguish and agony and things like that. We all go through some super hard things in our life. So it's one thing to talk about day-to-day repair. In the Bhagavad Gita, it says, if you want to see the heroic, look to those who can return love for hatred. If you want to see the brave, look to those who can forgive. And that means both forgiving yourself and others, that we tend to be identified with the small self, the separateness, the body of fear, it's called. But you also have tremendous courage. And these times are calling for our bravery, both interpersonally and collectively, as you were pointing to, Trudy. So I also have a question for you that's personal, but again, taking the intersection or connection between the personal and the collective when we talk about repair. A kind of reflection for you. What needs repair in your life? If you take a moment to think about it. Because part of that work in the monastery where we were practicing is to say, are you in honorable connection, or does something feel off? Maybe in the 12th step, it's, doing a fearless moral inventory. It's the equivalent of that. And then what is it needs repair? And what would it take to do that? Soren, do you remember, because we spent time with Stephen and Andrea Levine,
Yeah.
Trudy did too, but Stephen would say sometimes, if this were your last week on Earth, who would you call? What would you say? And why are you waiting? So there's something about also living in an honorable way,
Yeah.
and it takes a kind of courage, but as you feel it, then it also inspires all the other things that you can do.
When you say, what makes you think you even have a week?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I do think that if we look at our times, there's part of the reason the conference is called Disruption is it feels that there is disruption, that candidates across the globe are the most disruptive candidate is often the one that's kind of chosen. And even in the US, like the people that are the most popular are either, Trump on one hand or Bernie Sanders and AOC on the other hand, who want to kind of create a different kind of disruption. And there's AI, there's climate change, there's all these things that seem to be emerging in our times that say somehow the old system that existed just isn't kind of satisfying on multiple levels for multiple perspectives. And now how do we move forward in a way that is more inclusive and less divisive than some of the other things that are past? And I think the truth is, as much as I'm kind of democratic or liberal leaning, the more they convince me that the other people are bad, the more money we fund them to keep that institution running. And the same with the other side. The more clicks that Fox News gets about how horrible we are, the more CNN or like there's this system that's like, look at how bad those other people are. And how do we move past that to some sense of humanity being all of us together, basically wanting the same things, wanting more economic opportunity, wanting safety, wanting to be loved, wanting to feel like we're in a community. And so I'm wondering if both of you could speak to maybe what is the path that you could see that shifts some of this divisiveness that seems to be so entrenched in our current system, and that there's this huge longing, I think, for all of us to try to step out of that.
Yeah, I think it's important for each of us to know what our kind of karmic affinities, our innate capacities, what is it you're good at or talented at or feel comfortable doing. One thing that I try to do every day is just talk to people, smile at them, talk to them, listen to them, and we might have just a few minutes together, but that's a moment of connection, and building those moments constantly of connection with each other. We both leave feeling better for it.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
And then on a practical level, I did bring this book that I just wanted to show you. It's by an activist named Sergej Popovich, and it's called Blueprint for Revolution: How to Use Rice Pudding, Lego Men, and Other Nonviolent Techniques to Galvanize Communities to Overthrow Dictators or Simply Change the World. He was the organizer of the great youth movement in that actually was a big part of overthrowing the dictator Milosevic, Serbian Milosevic. But I love this book because he talks about really simple things that we can do with our neighborhoods, with our friends, with our communities. We don't have to think, I mean, it depends, but we don't have to. And the book it goes sequentially from the very little things to the huge things. But it all comes back to unity and feeling, what is it? There was this chant we used to chant during demonstrations, El Pueblo Unido Jamás Será Vencido, right? The people united will never be defeated. We have more power than we realize.
Yeah.
And I think that we can, it's just hard. We have to maybe stop scrolling on our phones and use our phones to connect with each other and build connection and do that intentionally. There's lots of practical ways. But I think to remember we're not helpless in the face of these things. I read a beautiful article this morning, actually, in the New York Times about how 100 million people in our country have yards and lawns. We don't, but lots of people do. And if everybody in the country turned their yard and their lawn into a habitat for birds and insects and creatures, the right plants and the right soil and things like that, it wouldn't be grass. Or even when people, before they mowed their grass, if they would walk the grass so that all the insects and worms would have a chance to escape before they mow the lawn. I mean, there are just so many things that would make a difference that we can all do. And they do matter. Each one of us matters. Your voice matters. Your thinking matters. Sansanim used to ask us, how are you keeping your mind in this moment? Because it matters. We feel each other. We have sonar. Someday science will actually know how it works, but we do. Yeah.
Jack, your thoughts on this question?
Well, a few things. I want to give a little shout out for Joy. Okay. And in this dialogue, Molly Ivins, who was a great writer, journalist, and activist in Texas, said, yes, stand up for what matters in this world, beloveds, but don't forget to have fun doing it. That was her line, okay? Yeah. And if you go in a refugee camp, they don't want more depressed people coming in. It doesn't help. There's something about doing what you do with a light heart or with that kind of care. During the very beginning of the first Trump administration, there was demonstrations at the airport because of the ban from people coming in from those predominantly Muslim countries. And I went down with my daughter, who's a human rights immigration lawyer, and a bunch of her young hotshot lawyers. But there were some thousands of people there with the signs chanting, no ban, no fear, refugees, welcome here. And it was at the different immigration gates and a demonstration. At our gate, there was hundreds of people. On the side was this New Orleans jazz band that came. Right? So we're chanting, no ban, no fear. And then this trumpet plays a riff on top of that. And then the drummer kicks in pretty soon, and the sax gets a little melody. And pretty soon it's no ban, no fear, refugees, welcome here. It turned into a whole song. Everybody's dancing and singing. The guards are smiling. Everybody. We were there because we cared. We didn't go away. But we did it in an entirely different spirit.
Yeah.
So there's something about that too, which kind of artistically, creatively brings in our humanity. And then sort of a non sequitur, how about having Wisdom 2.0 in a heavy red state and inviting it to be a place of dialogue between...
That's great. I'm from Texas, after all.
And making it fun, even.
Yeah,
that's possible.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. We're going to take one or two questions, but I want to say that there is a story I read, the growth mindset and fixed mindset. Most people know that. There's a fixed mindset where it's like my identity and am I smart or am I not smart? And when challenges come up, you're like, oh shit, I hope I can meet the challenges because I want to be this certain identity. And then growth mindset is whatever the challenge comes, how do I expand myself to learn? And there's a story about these two kids, and one kid got this really hard challenge, and he was doing more of the fixed mindset. He's like, oh, I can't do this. I'm not. I guess I'm not smart. And then there's this other kid who's practicing the growth mindset. It's a really hard challenge, and I guess he looked up at the teacher and he's like, isn't it cool to have a great challenge? And I sometimes think about our society right now. If we could all band together. Isn't it cool to have such a beautiful challenge in front of us?
To bring us together.
Yeah, with all the things, right? All this is happening. We can turn to each other. It's like, wow, isn't this amazing that we actually have the challenge while honoring all the shit that's happening and the pain and the suffering and the disappearing and all the stuff that's going that way. So I think there was a mic.
There's a mic.
If you have a question you want to bring in, we'll just have time for one or two questions, but feel free. Does somebody have the...
Hello. Hey, Jack. Hey, Trudy. My name's Zubin. I'm actually like kind of shaking before I'm going to ask this question, but I've been here for a day, and we're talking about disruption. And what I have not heard anyone talk about is connection to Source, Spirit, God, Creator. How do we realize our infinite potential if we're not talking about this openly and removing the taboo around it? There's so much fear around this topic. A lot of my work has been around the taboo of death, and now my work is around the taboo of God. And I don't believe we can actually create the change we're talking about if we don't each build that connection, or define it for ourselves, what God is for us. We can call it anything: love, universal consciousness, divine mother, nature. But to me, it's the missing link between where we're at as humanity and where we need to go. And so I'd love to just hear anything you might have to share about that.
Well, Susan, first of all, I really thank you for that question, because I had meant to talk about, when I said, we're about to turn 80, that it actually, there's a saying that after your 70 years, every year after that is a God-given year. It's a blessing. It's given to us as a blessing. And I think what maybe you're feeling, what you are feeling is missing, is making the connection when I talk about awareness or all-encompassing awareness. To me, that's God. And I don't find it, up in the sky or outside of myself or in a temple or church, a mosque or a holy book. I find it in my heart. And to me, that when we talk about practice and mindfulness, that's what we're talking about. And I appreciate your making it explicit, because we're really talking about connecting with the divine, connecting with God. And it's here that we need to connect in order to realize the unity and other things we've been talking about today, standing up for love and connection and so forth. So really, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody else have a mic over? Raise your hand so we can see you. One of the things I've always appreciated, which I've tried to live, that I got from actually Stephen Levine, he would always say, you can't know the truth. You can only be the truth. And if you know the truth, you're a little bit dangerous, because then you have this knowledge. But if you're being the truth, it's like the story, I don't know who came from the story, but it's the woman, so she was Buddhist, and she would go home to her Christian family, and they would always get into arguments. And then she realized, I'm just going to be like the Buddha. And then she says, my parents hate me when I'm a Buddhist, but they love me when I'm the Buddha.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just a comment that comes out of how pain opens up the opportunity for growth. And that's been so true in my life. And I learned an acronym some time ago, which is AFOG, another fucking opportunity to grow.
Thank you.
So any closing thoughts as we wrap up? We just have a few minutes. Anything you want to leave the group with here today that's on your heart, or that maybe either hasn't been said or wants to be given a little more attention?
No matter what age you are, every year is a God-given year. Every day is a God-given day. And we're only here for a short while. So thank you.
Soon dead. Thank you.
When you ask that and I start to get quiet and feel us present here or those watching online, there's a great tenderness that comes, because we are in these both difficult times. There have been others. Humanity has been through a lot over the millennium, we're all survivors, and we're in the stream of our ancestors who survived. But this is a very tender time for our hearts and for our sense of community. And so just to feel that we can come together and have this, the Sufis call it a sohbet, a conversation of the heart, that we can share, all right, here we are, let's hold hands, let's remind each other who we are, what really matters, what's sacred, and also that it's hard. We can do this, we know how to do this.
Yeah.
And it has tears,
Yeah.
along with, success.
Yeah.
And that feels just important to hold. It's not fixing, it's a very deep presence.
Yeah.
And I just want to add to the reminder that how we hold our relationships really can be an act of resistance to what we don't like in the world, and how we can spread something different.
Yeah. And I like the shift between how do I get this person to change, which is how do I expand and break my heart in such a way that I expand myself, such that they don't need to change, but that there's a different frequency or a different way of relating because I've expanded, not because I've gotten them to change. And to me, that's very heartening.
And it's palpable. As a therapist, when I would sit a meditation retreat and then come back to work with people, they would all have insights. How did that happen?
Yeah.
They didn't go on retreat. But there's something about that inner space that we create within ourselves, and it really is contagious.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for creating this space for year after year, Soren. Yeah. And I want to thank all the people
behind the
backstage
scenes.
who
Yeah,
made sure the
such
house
a
lights
great-
are on and all the good things. Yeah.
And remember, whatever you've reflected on that needs repair, you can actually do that. Even if they died, you can write them a letter. I promise you, you write that letter, they'll hear it or they'll read it. So we're in this repair
Yeah.
together, and then new things want to grow.
And as we change, the world changes. Yeah.
May-
Thank you, Trudy. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you,
Blessings.
Soren.
Thank you.
So one of the people that I've learned the most from is a person named Dick Schwartz. How many people know of IFS or Dick Schwartz? So Dick is going to join us. He's in Ireland, I think, right now. So he's going to join us on the Zoom. And one of the things I love about Dick is he's really like an expert in helping people internally work with disruption that's going on in their lives. So you go to Dick and you're like, there's this thing happening and it's causing me a lot of disruption and I can't sleep and I can't focus. What do I do to deal with that disruption internally? And so Dick is going to join us to talk about how we each manage our own internal state and how that might apply to the external world. And there he is. Dick, can you see me?
Yeah, it's great to see you.
You can see me. Can you see the audience?
I can see the back of the heads of the audience, and I see the back of your head.
Okay. And where are you calling from today?
From Glasgow, Scotland.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, well, I really wish I could be there. I always loved your conferences.
All right. We'll make sure that happens next year. We'd appreciate you coming this year.
Yeah.
So the theme this year is disruption. And we're helping look at how do we manage and harness disruption both internally and externally. And I was telling them that I feel like you're kind of a master at looking internally at the things that are disrupting us and developing a new relationship to those things. So whether it's like greed or anger or revenge or loneliness or sadness, rather than trying to suppress that, but trying to welcome that and try to understand that. So could you tell us a little bit about how you work with people when there's something that's disruptive internally happening with them?
When it's an internal disruption?
Internal disruption, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, most internal disruptions are triggered by something in the outside world.
Right,
And right now there's so many triggers that it's been really challenging even for me to, and so, but in terms of how we do it, we use the disruption and then the reactions that we have in our bodies and our minds as what I call trailheads, which are the start of a trail. If you just stay with the emotion or the belief that's coming up, stay focused on it, it'll take you to what I call a part of you from which it's emanating that needs your attention because it's very upset. And most of us, with the kinds of parts that get triggered now, have tried to stay away from those parts much of our lives. So there's, I think I heard Trudy say something about this being a challenge, or you were saying that.
Yeah.
And actually a, I hate that idea that everything's an opportunity, but it is an opportunity
Yeah.
to find parts of you that ordinarily have been locked away, what we call exiles,
Yeah.
because so much is happening now that scares them.
Yeah.
And most of them have been locked up and left alone by you
Yeah.
years ago. So that's what I've been trying to do for myself.
Yeah.
And it's challenging, but it's worth it.
Would you guide us in a short practice that helps us maybe get a little bit of a navigation tool for maybe some of the ways in which some of us feel the inner disruption that might be happening either because of external events or because of something else? Would you be able to guide us in a short practice?
Yeah, happy to share.
That'd be awesome.
So, yeah, the starting point is just to notice inside what feels disruptive, what part of you is needing attention right now because of what's happening in the outside world. So,
And that could be like a
take a s-
quality like anxiety or anger or any other quality. Okay.
could be any feeling or, like I said, belief system that's coming up in reaction. As you focus on what's happening in our country, for example. And pick one that seems to be calling out the most for attention. And then find that emotion or that belief system in your body or around your body. And as you notice it, I'm going to ask kind of odd question, which is how do you feel toward this emotion or belief and the part of you that carries it? How do you feel toward that part of you? Because you have a relationship with it. And sometimes we're annoyed that we get so triggered, and sometimes we want to get rid of that feeling. Sometimes we depend on it. So if you're having any of those reactions, I'm going to ask other parts of you to relax back, those parts that are giving you those reactions. So you can just open your mind to this one that you're trying to get to know. If you can just get curious for a little while, mindfully curious. And some of you will find that you can't get there. there's too much activation around this particular part of you, which is okay. You can just spend time getting to know why these other parts of you won't relax back. But if you can get to that sort of beginner's mind openness toward this target part, then just ask what it wants you to know and don't think of the answer. Just wait and see what comes from that place in your body spontaneously. If it feels like what we call a protector, a part that's trying to protect you, you can add this follow-up question, which is, what's it afraid would happen if it didn't do what it's doing right now? Again, just wait for the answer. Don't think. Some of you may have found a part that isn't protecting anything, it just needs attention. So that question isn't relevant. So we're just going to stay mindfully present to this part a little longer. And another kind of odd question for it is, how old does it think you are? Not how old is it, but how old does it think you are? And just wait for the answer, don't think. And if it got that wrong, then go ahead and update it. It's your maybe old thought and more capable now, and see how it reacts. And then now see if it's possible, in addition to being curious about it, to extend a kind of open-hearted compassion to it. Let it know you care about it, want to help it, and see how it reacts. And the last question for it is, what does it need from you going forward now that you've met it in this new way? what would it like in terms of the future from you? And whenever that feels complete, you can begin to shift your focus back outside here, taking some deep breaths, if that helps.
Thank you, Dick. Maybe I can share a little bit of my experience and we can open it up. And if you can't hear people, I can repeat them. When I kind of tuned in, it was around anxiety. And there was a part that was kind of like saying, I think democracy is better than authoritarianism. Like it really feels strongly in that story. And when I went deeper, it really wants to feel safe. And it thinks that safety will be in a certain conditions versus these other conditions, I won't be safe. The story is if I'll feel safe in a more democratic leaning, I'll be less safe in more of an authoritarian regime. But deep down, I want to feel safe. And then I had a voice come in that said, that's not safety. To being in a democrat, you're in the wrong focus for safety. If you're looking for safety in a political orientation, that's the wrong place to look. You actually have to find that safety internally to really find true safety. And then it told me I needed to rest. But it's super interesting to get into that part because I felt a lot of anxiety recently and also a lot of feeling like I don't know if this is true, but you're in a position starting to do something. A lot of people aren't in a position to do something, so you're responsible for certain actions happening because it feels like somehow I have levers I could pull, and if I don't pull them, it could get worse, and I would be responsible for that situation. And so I had to tap into that part too that felt like that it's my responsibility to somehow solve something. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that happens to me too, because when I've done the work myself, I've gone to that anxious place and other parts that feel powerless and hopeless.
Yeah.
And then in comes the one who says, but you can do it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's your job, it's your responsibility.
Yeah.
And so I've had to calm that one down
Yeah.
and just stay with the scared one
Yeah.
that, like you found, leads sometimes to a kind of existential terror.
Yeah.
And then see what I can do to heal it. There are a lot more steps involved in actually helping that part heal. But
Right. Yeah, what was beautiful and the thing with me was like, it could be that the most radical act for me is to rest, which I actually didn't really consider. And I think one of the things I love about your work is that you're helping people tap into their own particular truth and not whatever should that they lay on themselves as society, that somehow this is the way or that's the way, but like what is our own truth expression that is an internal listening and from self-energy. So I would love to actually hear from a few other people, but I'm curious, could you say a little bit about that self-energy and how we listen to that as our guidance?
yeah, so as I was inviting everybody to both separate from the part, and then I asked, how do you feel toward it, and helped you get curious. If you were able to do that, then you were tapping in a little bit, at least, into what I call yourself, the capital S. And it turns out that there is, in our essence, this core that's not only curious, it also has an inherent compassion and courage and all these C-word qualities. And as you separate from these parts, you spontaneously access more and more of that place in you that sort of knows both how to heal these parts and take care of them, but also knows how to be effective in the outside world.
Yeah.
Knows much better than the righteous parts of us or the parts that would act really impulsively, or the parts that want us to just stop watching TV and forget about the news and go hibernate.
Yeah.
So, so a lot of my work is just helping activists actually access that place of self, so they do their activism from there
Yeah.
rather than from their parts. And
Yeah.
to do that, we have to do a lot of healing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
There's
Because
a lot of activists are doing their activism because they got hurt badly and they want to protect others from that, or so
yeah, and it doesn't make them as effective as they could be because they're coming from a wounded place versus a more empowered place. Yeah.
exactly, that's right.
Does anybody want to share? You can raise your hand. Does anyone want to share a little bit of what happened in your experience? And we have a mic, I think, coming your way.
Hi.
Let's see. Where is the mic? Sorry. Dick, all right. Yeah, can you hear the person from the audience?
Can you hear okay?
I think yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Great.
Go ahead. You
This
want to
is-
stand up so we can at least see you for those of us who are here?
Yeah, my name's Joshua. And I worked with a part that I was not sure how I would be able to relate to. It was an edgy part. It was an ambitious part that reacts to our situation by first othering, and then I realized, oh, there's an inner oligarch in me. I thought about some of these powerful people. And I spoke about this in my question a little bit yesterday, that the I, me, and mine energy that's in me. And I asked, what does it want? And it felt very different than the parts that I'm used to. It did feel like there was a protector in there. It also felt that there was a part that wanted to be ennobled, to feel. I asked it, what do you need? And what are you looking for? And there was a part that felt dark in there. I just want more. I want more power, more control, so that I won't, that protector energy. And there was another part that I was surprised by that said, I want order and dignity. I want to order the world in a way that's fitting, that's lawful, and I want to feel dignity. I want to feel ennobled. And I found that there was kind of a intertwining of maybe shadow and light in my own experience of the part. So it was, and when I asked, what do you need from me? Let's bring order and dignity into life. So maybe it doesn't need to be as big, as powerful as, I don't know, controlling of the rest of the world as it tells me it does.
Great, thank you. Were you able to hear that, Dick?
Yeah, that's a great start, Josh. So you got some of the key players on the table or at the table, and my advice would be to, next time you go in, try to work with that dark one who wants to be more of an oligarch, and just see, maybe it's stuck in the past somewhere, or maybe it's protecting some other parts. But
Yeah. One of the things that I think is happening that's kind of interesting is, at least from my perspective, the Democratic Party was often the ones who are like, we're not selfish, we're dignified, we're educated, oh no, we're never doing self-dealing, we're never putting ourselves above this, and we're kind of acting in this certain way, and then we have a new expression that doesn't mind any of that at all. It just like lays it all on the table. Like, of course I'm doing something to help me. Like, what do you think, I'm an idiot? And I'm curious about how you see those different dynamics. Like how do you see how we own and be things in a way that is transparent, but also if we're just asking on selfishness, it feels like the world isn't really going to get the oligarchs. It's all just going to be about how they can amass more and more wealth. But at the same time, if we're pretending to be all holier than thou and we don't care about money and we don't care about power, it's also not really very authentic. So could you talk a little bit about how you see those two energies?
I want to add a piece to this that Diana challenged us yesterday to really go beyond seeing, it's a child part that's scared, but what part of me actually feels this inner darkness? It wants. it can do the things that we look out there and we say, oh, that's dangerous, that's bad. And to feel that capacity for darkness is inside me now. That feels to me different than saying, oh, it's a little scared part that's trying to protect me. They feel like different energies. And I wonder if you can speak to Soren's point about working with the dark one.
Yeah, so if we were to continue, I would have you find it in your body and get curious about it, which, most of us myself included, who have a dark part like that, have successfully what I call exiled that part because we're afraid of it. We're afraid of what it might do if it took over. Some people it does take over and they are ruining the world. So, so us, liberals have successfully locked it away, pretended it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And so I would get all the parts of you that are afraid of it or ashamed of it to give us the space to get to know it.
Yeah.
And I would get you curious about it and ask about its greed and its desire for more and what it's afraid would happen if it didn't motivate you that way or didn't get its way. And it usually will point to other parts that it's trying to get things for that are stuck in places that of neglect or places of. So we ultimately get to the place that you're saying that you were commenting on, but we have to go with permission from that dark one. Mm-hmm. And then once we heal what it's been protecting, then it'll transform. It'll stop being so oligarchic.
Mm-hmm. And have more of a care for a larger, the larger world because it's connected to self energy.
Yeah, and it'll allow itself to lead, and it won't keep trying to take over, and then all these other parts won't have to work so hard to keep it at bay.
Yeah. Was there somebody on this side too who had? Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have a mic? Thanks. We're gonna have one more.
Hi, my name is Anna Karen, and in my experience, it was very much the wounded part of myself from some younger abuse that showed up, and awareness around safety and actually being embraced. Like really, that little person just really wants to know there's someone that will protect her, and also the awareness that that person thought I was 25. Obviously, I am. Yeah. And so when I which I think is interesting on reflection, because that's also the age I became a mother and was the first time of really being responsible for someone else's care.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. But when I let it know that I was 57, there was a shift there for sure. I think that something else that came aware is that safety feels like a self-indulgence, and not wanting to project harm in the world in general, but knowing that, of course, we all do, that the consideration of safety seems like self-indulgent, because there's so much more greater need for safety in others. And so I think in the end, what little me really just needed is that, like a hug for sure. But that idea of will you protect me, right? Like will you be the guardian? So.
And what did you say to it?
I said I think so. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
But you were able to give it a hug for now anyway. Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I've been working on more hugging to myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the activists I work with have that belief that while everybody else, there's so much suffering in the world, it's indulgent to try and heal it myself, or why should I get this kind of help? And my position is that you're just not going to be nearly as effective if you don't do the inner work to allow yourself to do the outer work. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think, I don't know if you're with this belief, Dick, but it does seem that sometimes what we repress internally has some expression externally. And countries can reflect on what inside us are we not acknowledging because this external presentation seems to be showing up. Do you take that? Do you kind of abide by that? And as internally people shift, externally leaders will probably be different because of the internal shifts that people went through. How do you see that?
very much that's what keeps me going. There's a kind of, I have this now in my bones belief that every time we help somebody what we call unburden their parts and access more self, it has ripples,
Yeah.
and ripples we're not even aware of, but
Yeah.
they're big. And the goal now is to bring more of what I call self energy to the planet,
Yeah.
and we don't necessarily have to, fight strongly against. There's just a kind of knowing that if we just keep bringing
Yeah.
this light,
Yeah.
that at some point there'll be a shift and the darkness will start to recede. So,
Because that frequency will be so strong, it will want to manifest, or I don't know, manifest the right word, but things will appear differently because of the frequency with which is operating from.
yeah, and also what I call self is contagious. So if we bring more to the planet, then it's going to pull for self out of these
Yeah.
leaders
Yeah.
and right now, because it's so dark, we're pulling the oligarchical parts out of people all over the world now. So,
Which is great, right? I mean, it's great if it's healed. It's less great if it's not healed.
no, I mean, it's not healed. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely.
But if we internally heal it, potentially that also allows for it to not need to have the same expression maybe that it would have.
yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have 20 seconds left. Anything you want to leave us with, Dick? And thank you again for joining us from Europe. But anything you want to leave us with?
No, just it's always a treat, Soren, and
Yeah.
thank you for inviting me. And wish I was there.
Yeah, no, you're here in your spirit, and your self-energy
Yeah.
can definitely be felt.
That's great.
All right. Thank you, Dick. So I think we're having a break now.
Yeah, short 14-minute break.
14-minute break, and we'll see you back.
15 minutes. We'll see you back.
All
See
right.
you soon. right, it's that time again. Coming back to your seats. Getting all your wiggles out. Coming back. Come on in. Find your seat. I'll grab it on my way out. Thanks. Welcome back to our online community.
Is there a person who's convening the politics circle?
All right, let's take a breath. Even if you're standing, we're taking a breath and coming back, breathing in and breathing out. One more time, breathing in with a sigh. Love you. I so feel it. It's the best. All right. So our next conversation is love in a time of disruption. Sharon Salzberg is a pioneering meditation teacher and New York Times bestselling author who helped introduce mindfulness and loving kindness practices to mainstream American culture. She co-founded the Insight Meditation Society in Barre, Massachusetts, and has written extensively on Buddhist meditation, including the influential books Loving Kindness and Real Happiness. Sharon couldn't be with us in person today, and she's joining via Zoom. Please welcome her here in conversation with Soren. Thank you for being with us, Sharon.
Hi, Sharon. Actually, I'm told to look here. Hi, Sharon. Let's see, we don't hear your voice. Try to speak one more time.
Hello.
There we are. There we are. I've been told to look in this camera, so if I'm looking at this camera, talking to Sharon. Welcome, Sharon.
Thank you so much. It's such a delight to be with you, albeit virtually.
Yeah. So how many people in here would love to be more loving? All right. That's our goal today, Sharon. And the theme this year is disruption. And the reason it's disruption is because there feels like there's a lot of disruption happening. Politically, there's disruption happening. Climate change, disruption. I think AI is also disrupting a lot of things. And there's teachings for us to learn in this time of disruption. There's probably actions we can take and protests and those kinds of things. But there's also internal shifts that potentially we're being invited into. And one of those internal shifts might be to be a little more loving. So I'm curious just how you're navigating these times and what does your internal world look like? And what are the questions you're asking yourself or the practices that you're doing to help kind of harness the heart being open in a time where there's lots of change?
Well, I'm really curious about the people who did not raise their hands and say they want more love.
I didn't see many.
Okay. That's very interesting to me because I feel like I encounter at least bewilderment and sometimes hostility at the very notion. Like people say, because as you know, I teach so much loving kindness meditation as a method of cultivation. And people would say, why in the world should I try to have compassion, for example, toward this kind of person who doesn't think someone like me should exist or, is behaving so badly? And it's a profound question for us. And for me, I feel myself in a way back to how I was in the beginning of the height of the pandemic when I ended up in Barre, Mass instead of in New York City, and the retreat center had to close and everything was so disrupted and all expectations were thwarted and there's so much uncertainty. And I kept asking myself, okay, what's still true for me? Like what has not been shattered, what's not been overcome by these conditions, by these circumstances. And that's a question I have asked myself ever since and in an onward way. And I certainly am asking now of myself and my internal state. I really prize the questioning, and I really admire people who deeply question what they can count on and what matters still.
Yeah.
And for me, that comes back to the power of love.
Yeah, and how are you, how does that, I think a lot of us agree with that. And so when you're not accessing that love, when you read the news about something happening and you're like, that should not be happening here in this country, and that is wrong, how do you hold those emotions and whatever intensity you might feel and still keep the heart open?
Well, I don't think that response to hearing the news, for example, is antagonistic to the force of love. That's just wisdom. When it's wisdom, it's discernment, it's understanding, and it's a real feeling that, this kind of sense of a rigid, separate self and other and us and them and the sort of prevalence of hatred. It's not right, and I don't think a real understanding of the force of love makes us sort of cover over that understanding. But how do we hold kind of a freedom of the heart? Because if we're enmeshed, and many people are, and it's easy to be like, as I think speaking to you once before, I said I was interviewed for an article about doom scrolling, and I didn't even know what it was. I had to ask the journalist, what does that mean? And, there's so many ways in which we get overwhelmed by the antipathy and the fear, and so much that happens in a time of disruption that we can't take any action because we're just so overwhelmed. And so understanding how maybe we can work to free ourselves from like immediate reaction and being enmeshed, consumed by what's bad, to the utter neglect of what's good. I'm sure right in the room, there's so much effort toward the good and opening and taking care of one another and things like that, that we need to have a mind that's big enough to take it all in.
Yeah. And I'm curious, what is your perspective on inquiring about our own identities as we do this kind of reflection? Because I notice sometimes I'll notice like, well, I'm the good person and they're the bad people, right? Like, I'm the noble one, there's not the noble one. And yet I know if I actually really reflect into that, there is a shared humanity that exists, and probably even shared hopes and fears for a better world or for more safety. We have different ideas maybe on what that better world is. And I'm curious, in your own reflections, what are the kinds of inquiries that you're making, and what's the role that identity does or doesn't play between being outraged when there's something outrageous to be outraged by, or being into this person, like, how dare this happen to me? And why should this happen in my country? It's like there's more of a different energy from those different approaches.
Well, here too, I think there's a certain flavor to compassion. It's a face of love, that admits suffering. It's sort of focusing not on the degree of suffering, because clearly we all suffer in different ways and different degrees, but just the sheer vulnerability. It's like the fragility of life, the insecurity, the uncertainty is something we all share. And we can kind of remember that as we look at one another. And it's still, I would maintain, doesn't mean we take on the view of it's all the same, because I don't believe it's all the same. And yet, we can have that sense of compassion. And I feel like I do, I do have that kind of vibratory resonance, like, ooh, like what an interesting and weird thing to devote your life to. You're like making other people feel small, or keeping them like away, or whatever it might be. And it's like, how would that be? What would the internal experience of that be? And it wouldn't be very nice, I'm sure. And so I do genuinely, I think, feel kind of compassion. But what I, find myself needing to say over and over again is that does not block powerful action.
Yeah.
It really doesn't.
Yeah, beautiful. So I'm wondering, I want to give a chance for people to get in dialogue with you because I think this is a rich topic. And I was wondering, before we go into that, would it be possible to guide us in a short little practice, maybe 5 to 7 minutes of connecting to that place that you just spoke about, of that kind of more heartful place that sees reality or sees things as they are, and also has a certain, I don't know if hopefulness is the right word, but a certain joy or openness in that. Is that possible?
Sure,
or,
why
yeah?
not? We can do that in 5 to 7. Of course.
All right, so why don't you guide us, and then we'll open it up for questions with Sharon. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay. Or whatever time, we have 20 minutes left, and I want to have some time for questions. So whatever makes sense to you.
Okay, that's great. We can do some loving kindness practice, actually, which is often done by the silent repetition of certain phrases, and the phrases are meant to help us pay attention differently. Okay. So in other words, if you're the kind of person who at the end of the day, you think of yourself almost to kind of evaluate yourself, like how did I do today? And let's just say you're the kind of person who fixates on, who just is consumed by thinking about the mistakes you made and the problems you had and the ways you didn't show up. So we're going to just open that perspective through those phrases and wish ourselves well.
Beautiful.
Instead of going through the list of our faults one more time.
Right.
And then with others, as we call them to mind, we'll offer those phrases as a gesture of gift giving or blessing, and not trying to force a certain emotion or feeling, but just to see what happens as we pay attention differently, okay?
Beautiful.
So you can sit comfortably, close your eyes or not. Just let your energy settle into your body. And interestingly, the first recipient classically of this kind of goodwill is ourselves. So you can repeat silently certain phrases that exemplify that gift you would wish to give yourself, like, may I be safe, be happy, be healthy, live with ease of heart. And just gather all your attention behind one phrase at a time. And should your attention wander or you fall asleep, truly don't worry about it. You can realize that, see if you can gently let go, and just bring your attention back to the phrases. And then think of someone who's helped you. Maybe they've helped you be at this meeting, or they've helped you long ago. Maybe you never even met them, but they've inspired you from afar. So this is like an embodiment of the force of love for you. Just see who comes to mind. Maybe an adult, maybe a child, maybe a pet. Buddhist texts say this is the one, when you think of them, you smile. So is there someone, you just call them to mind, and they just kind of lift you? They lift your spirits. And if so, bring them here. You can get an image of them, say their name to yourself, get a feeling for their presence, and offer the phrases of loving kindness to them. Remember, it's gift giving, it's blessing. May you be safe, be happy, be healthy, live with ease of heart. And someone you know who's struggling right now, who's really having a difficult time, bring them here. And see what happens as you offer the phrases of loving kindness to them. And everybody there, as you're co-creating this experience, may we be safe, be happy, be healthy, live with ease of heart. And all beings everywhere, all people, all creatures, all those in existence, near and far, known and unknown. May all beings be safe, be happy, be healthy, live with ease of heart. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you have a question for Sharon, any of those who are working on cultivating love, please raise your hand and we'll have a mic find you. I'm wondering, Sharon, before we get to questions from the audience, could you say a little bit about, at least in the Buddhist perspective, why does the Buddha emphasize practicing metta or loving kindness? And what did he say were the benefits of practicing that?
Well, they say the legend surrounding the Buddha first teaching loving kindness meditation was that he taught it as the antidote to fear. So that's relevant,
Yeah.
right? I've been very intrigued by your word disruption, because what does it imply? It implies for a lot of people an awful lot of fear,
Yeah.
in facing uncertainty. And so I actually think it's a perfect match. And then there are the obvious benefits of living. First of all, the force of loving kindness, because it is a force. It's not just sentimentality or papering over what's a really conflicted situation. It's a force because it reflects the truth. And the truth that it reflects is interconnection, that our lives really have something to do with one another, that they're intertwined. And it's very different than liking somebody or wanting to spend time with them or approving of them. But it's that bone deep realization that our lives are really connected. And everything that, develops from that understanding.
When you say we're really connected, meaning like we breathe the same air, we're the same, we basically have the same motivations, we suffer in the same way. When we lose something, we both feel pain. When we have joy, we both feel, is that the kind of the similarities of experience as humans?
Yeah, and I think there's also, it doesn't take a kind of meditative or spiritual understanding to see it, that economics shows us this,
Yeah.
and epidemiology shows us this, and environmental consciousness certainly shows us this, that what happens over there doesn't nicely stay over there.
Yeah.
It ripples out over here, and what we do, it really matters, because we feel so alone sometimes and so isolated and so cut off, but that's not actually the truth of things. Like my very favorite question going to an organization or a company to teach is, how many other people need to be doing their jobs well for you to do your job well?
Wow.
And
Yeah.
suddenly you realize, oh, I'm part of a network, aren't I? I don't
yeah.
often think that way.
Yeah, the tech bros tend to think it's all them, but there is a group that's like, I am the greatest, I have the greatest idea, I'm most amazing. But if we actually reflect on it, there's a lot of that interconnectedness that I think is there. And I think part of what we see throughout the world really is when people don't feel connected, don't feel loved, don't feel safe, they tend to want leaders that come in to then say, I alone will make you safe. I alone will make you feel valuable. I alone, and it takes the power from sometimes the collective, because it's not in the collective, and they try to then possess it. And I feel like that's somewhat happening, and maybe the antidote then is this, a more loving world is the antidote. Maybe the Buddha's right. A more loving world is actually the antidote to some of the ways that we see things unfolding in the planet. Yeah. All right, so questions for Sharon. You have a mic here? Let me know if you need it, if question repeated. Question, comment, reflection, whatever is on your heart.
Sure. Thank you. Hi, Sharon. My name is Brian.
Hi.
I've had the good opportunity to share metta practice with family and friends and communities, and I've often introduced it as a way to practice these feelings that I want to have be more automatic when I'm presented with people in these situations, whether it's myself or people who are close to me, or often I'll bring to mind someone who it's difficult to love. I just wanted to share that and see if you have any reflections or any refinements to that idea that you would suggest.
I think that's wonderful. And I also think we do a formal practice if you choose to do that for precisely what you're implying, which is that it comes into our life. We don't practice the meditation to become a great meditator. In fact, it's to have a different life with the way we treat ourselves when we make a mistake. How do we speak to ourselves? And the way we meet a stranger, and the way we kind of encapsulate somebody as all bad all the time, never possibly changing, And what happens when we loosen the grip of that somewhat? It's all life. It's actually happening in life. So I have, of course, a great fondness for formal practice in just that way. I also, recently, I was highly amused by a friend of mine talking about microdosing loving kindness. It could be something like looking at a Zoom screen, like if you see lots of little faces silently, it's always good to be silent. May you be safe, may you be safe, may you be safe, may you be safe, and just bring it consciously into life that way.
Thank you.
Right. Anybody else? Questions? Let's see. Over here. Okay. Please, if you stand up, we can see you a little easier.
Okay. Sorry.
And if you want to say your first name, we'll all be practicing. We'll all microdose metta as you speak, so you should feel very good.
Great.
Okay. Hi, Sharon. My name's Wendy. I'm so happy you're here. Hi. I feel an abundance of love coming through me, and it's just my joy to share it. But I was really gaslit for about 10 years, and it was very wounding. And I spent about a year, a lot of time in nature by myself, healing. And now I feel like in romantic relationships, I still feel a lot of fear. And I don't know how to trust my intuition about people. I'm working on it. Like, how do you manage being open, but discerning and protective when necessary. I watched my mother get really hurt, and she closed down and she became bitter, and I don't want that for myself. So any advice you have?
Thank you. And I really understand that. And I think there's also a kind of, I feel kind of collective, obviously a collective experience of gaslighting happening. And it's very hard for somebody, it's been hard for me, to, I feel like I had a childhood with lots of secrets, and that sense of I sense something that no one is talking about is very prevalent in me. And so if I watch the news, for example, and I feel obviously there's distortions and there's deception going on, it's very hard for me. And what I've learned, and I think especially if you're talking about a romantic relationship, is some confidence in the ability to communicate, which will take care of that sort of, I don't know if I can trust my feeling and I don't know what's really going on, and learn sort of the conviction that you can be communicating and you can express uncertainty, or you can ask for clarification, or you can be honest in some way, and that that's the building block of a different kind of relationship anyway, and so and in a less sort of intimate situation, I think we still have to kind of stand firm on our right to try to discern the truth, and that's okay. And that, by the way, I think is another reason in this kind of collective situation why a community is so important, and to have a sense of people who share your values and who you can all help one another. We can all help one another in kind of parsing out the truth and not sort of having a kind of very familiar, perhaps traumatized reaction to not being told the truth.
Yeah. I notice sometimes, I don't know exactly what you had meant about gaslighting, but I remember my son, when he would want something from me, a new computer or a new something when he was younger, he'd be like, well, Dad, I'm really disappointed because I thought you were a really loving, caring dad, and I'm really disappointed. And I'd be like, that little shit. And I thought, well, if I became curious, isn't it curious that he manipulates me this way? Like, you can all kinds of things to manipulate me, but he's finding this one thing because he probably knows intuitively or rationally, like, oh, this might get him, right? Like, if I tell him he's not a loving dad, like, he'll lose consciousness and he'll just give in. If I tell him, something else. So I had to notice that part in me that would give up myself because I thought, oh, I have to be this kind of person. And then later realized, no, that's not, like, you can't have the computer, you little shit. Like, that was actually the better response. Or something like that was actually the better response. Did you want to say more to that? You grabbed the mic again, or I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. So yesterday we talked a little about how there were sort of the high forces and the low forces with the former Surgeon General, and he talked about power and control being two of the things that are kind of in the lower end. And in my life, I'm navigating co-parenting with an ex that sort of, can optimize for those things some of the time. He's also a good human. And I've learned the hard way, kind of to Soren's point of let me operate with loving kindness, that sometimes loving kindness has to have some boundaries and some force. And, I'm learning that at times sort of stepping into my anger and firmness is actually what works. And I don't like being that person, but I also want to do something that's effective. And I wonder if you can give any guidance to that, because I'm finding that I'm getting, after trying the loving kindness and the collaborative and not having it not work, that I'm getting a lot more access to this anger, but I don't like who I'm becoming when I do it. So.
Well, I'd probably try to make a distinction between anger and forcefulness, or feeling anger and being submerged or lost in anger. Those are two different things. And, again, going back to Buddhist psychology, they talk about the motivation or the intention behind an action, which could be loving kindness for yourself and for someone else and your child, all together. It's not only for the other person, the other partner. And that's a little different than the skillfulness or the unskillfulness of the action. Like, we know there's such a thing as tough love, for example. We know that compassion needs to exist with boundaries, especially if you're in kind of a caregiving sort of role. And so, first of all, I'd give yourself permission to be forceful and not think, well, that's the death of my compassionate heart, or,
Yeah.
I failed or something like that. We can be motivated by a sense of, say, loving kindness for ourselves and for someone else at the same time, look for balance and try to act in a way that's most skillful for that moment. Sometimes we say no. Sometimes we're fierce. Sometimes we have a strong boundary. Anger is just like an energy, and we can use it, but sometimes it's so overwhelming that, like if you think about the last time you were really, really angry at yourself, all you can think about is that stupid thing you said. You don't think, hey, I said 5 great things the same morning. Those 5 great things are gone. And so it's confusing and it's distorting when it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
And we lose a lot of information, but we want the energy of it, for sure. And I don't think that denies the presence of loving kindness or compassion.
Yeah. I've always liked that phrase. I don't know who said it, but you can put somebody out of your house without putting them out of your heart. Or, you can.
Yeah, well, it started with Neem Karoli Baba.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Never throw anyone out of your heart.
Yeah.
And then Sylvia Boorstein had an amendment to that. She said, never throw anyone out of your heart. You might throw them out of your life, but never throw them out of your heart.
That's great. Sharon, thank you for joining us. Blessings to you for your work in the world. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. So we are going to invite Michelle out here, and she's going to have a short little community connection before we break for lunch.
Actually,
Yes?
even better.
Better? Oh, okay.
I'm going to bring Jack up here to do some community connection with you. But hold on just one second, because I want to give our online folks instructions. For our online attendees, join the Zoom link that is just above today's video player, above me, to participate in engaging with one another. After joining the Zoom meeting, you'll be put into small breakouts with 4 to 5 participants, and then you come back to the live stream when you're done, so it doesn't stay in Zoom. So just making sure our online folks know what to do. And for people here in this room, enjoy your time with Jack. Thanks.
Thank you. So nice. You sit down, they bring flowers, water. I mean, it's pretty good. Doesn't happen at home like that, but that's another Trudy. Anyway, already it's felt like a pretty rich morning. The conversations and the themes that we've heard, and, some really important questions that we're asked to Sharon or asked to Dick or whatever. So this is another community time. And what I'd like to invite you to do is to turn around or squirm or whatever you need to do to make 2 or 3 or some small group. And to take, I don't know, we have 15 minutes, 20 minutes to talk about what was touched you this morning, what was important, what resonated, or what's left in you that feels like it would be valuable to talk about, and then to listen to others. And then we'll come back and take a couple of reports of people, of what your experience or what you learned in that. So please turn to one another. Community is what the world needs, and you are doing it. Let's move around any way you need. 2 more minutes, 2 minutes to finish up. And online, please let them Zoom room know they'll close in 2 minutes. One more minute. Finish up your conversations. 1 minute, please. So time to finish up. Those of you who are paying attention, can you join me in a simple chant as you turn back? The simple sound, ah, ah, keep it going, ah, ah, a little more, ah, ah, now add harmony, ah, ah. Keep it going, ah, with harmony, come on. Ah, 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 ah. Lovely, thank you. So we had chaos and harmony fitting together. And one of the things that was striking is how much energy, how palpable the energy in the room is, which is really an expression of how meaningful it is in those of you online to connect, and especially in the themes and the topics of the heart and the society that we're talking about. So let us, now that we've kind of come back together, listen to a few people who want to describe something that was important in that conversation. Raise your hand, we'll pass the mic. You'd like to share. They're liking the quiet, it's nice. Here we go.
Okay, I'll share. Hello.
Please stand up, thank you.
Hello, my name is Maria. This is the first time I come to this conference. My friend Caro here invited me to come, and I just happened to be in San Francisco. And I think what I really felt in our conversation, I'm here with Manuel, Mide, Caro, and they've come for many years, and all the learnings that they had in the conference, and the energy, and how each one is different. And so that's really what came through, that it almost feels like family. Like it seems that whatever community is created here, you're connecting, but you're also kind of creating family. And that was, I don't know, very nice to see.
Thank you so much. And just stay with that feeling of family. It doesn't take that much. It took the care and the connection that you looked at each other and that you listened. And we start to feel, oh, this is this deep human sense of family. Please.
Yep. Hi, Tom. What stood out to me was there's a lot of issues. You have a gentleman from Germany here too, and we were discussing a lot of the issues that are happening between people. And for us, I think collectively, thought that coming together and bringing people together while still pointing out the issues that we see, both from individuals and thought processes, will be important rather than just looking at the other side and being concerned about where we're going, feeling that darkness, leaning into that darkness. That'll create potentially more darkness in the lives of those individuals and also separation between people. And that if you don't stop consuming your obsession for having light in your life and not looking at other people as being the problem, and you keep looking at other people as being the problem instead of potential, that can potentially, again, cause a reverberation that brings us further towards a darker path instead of towards solution and amicability.
Thank you so much. Sort of echoing the themes of the whole morning. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Janae Johnson. What came up in our group, I'm going to name as compassion fatigue. And how to skillfully, that it is a skill, to be able to hold space for others while holding space for yourself. And what I invited into the conversation is the skillfulness of the nonviolent communication, where you have words and requests that you make so that you don't move into this fatigue. And I used an example of a friend of mine who's a single mom with 4 children. And she said that when she would come home from work, she told her children, I need 30 minutes. I'm closing the door, I'm going to take a shower. Do not knock on that door unless someone is bleeding or throwing up. When I am done, I am coming out and I'm all yours for dinner, for homework, for whatever. But this ability to, the loving kindness is what Sharon said, is meant to help us pay attention differently. Yes, yes?
Yeah.
So I'm paying attention not only to hear, but to hear as well. So that's what I wanted to offer.
Thank you. Beautiful. So helpful. Couple more.
Hi, I'm Monique. I was talking with an elder, and I'm on my way to elderhood, and just reflecting about my past urgency and the taking the pictures and posting them on Facebook and all the doing. And I'm now recently retired, and so I'm not doing as much. And they were reflecting on not doing as much, and watching this person that I admire so much and talking to him and remembering that this age is also about being, and that the young people with all the energy and sometimes need to have the elders in the circle to remember the quiet, and it's really, do it in your time, like relax, and it doesn't have to be so urgent. And so, that comes from that part that thinks I need to fix it right now. And I think that's really valuable. And it was just a great reminder for me on my way to elderhood and that we're in service in different ways.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful reminder. One last, please.
Hi, I'm Deb Katz. Hi, everybody. One of the things that I'm taking away so far is taking a look at how I project maybe somebody else in the room too, can have this like idealized vision of what love or kindness means. And then everything else that's in here gets dismissed, gets X'd out, gets not paid attention to, not loved, not accepted, or here too. And so I think like part of what I'm so excited about disruption is that the agitation in the body is the way. It's the reactivity is pointing right to the solve. So whenever I want to rise above, that strategy's not really changing anything for me. But it's like getting into the body sensation, the body emotion, the body politic. That therein lies the discovery that within harmony, there is dissonance. And anytime I try to get rid of the dissonance, I'm playing the same old game. I'm not doing anything new. And so there's something about embracing the dissonant notes, embracing the disruption, embracing the anger, the sadness, the fear, and bowing down to them as teachers, showing the light and the path. So that's something I'm taking away from this morning so far.
Beautiful note. Thank you. So as we close the morning with these beautiful statements and experiences, family, compassion fatigue, and then including yourself as well as others and so forth, I'd like to invite you to do 1 minute of metta, but this kind with your eyes open, to look around and just, Sharon talked about microdosing metta, just beam a little bit of kindness or care to the faces and the eyes of people around you. Sort of send them off with a little blessing and kindness as you do it. You know, take a few seconds with one and then another, and take it in too. Well-wishing. We're all trying to get through this. May you be safe, held in love, protected, cared for, filled with kindness, each one of you. You too. Oh, and that one. Yeah. And look at them. They're smiling. They like it. Okay, Michelle, do we have a few little last announcements?
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Sure. So it's lunchtime. Yay! And thank you, Jack. Thanks for coming out, Jack. That was a last-minute request, so we appreciate it. Lunchtime, we'll be back at 1:30. Please invite, gather. If you see someone on their own, bring them in and have a beautiful lunch. We'll see you at 1:30. If you could be back in your seats by 1:30, that would be lovely. We love you. Welcome back from lunch. Hi. I love it with the lights on, so nice. Can see all your faces. So I'll just have a couple of announcements, and then we'll do a little practice and a little connection time, and then I'll invite our next speakers to the stage. So there's going to be community connection at 2 p.m. on social change downstairs, as well as the politics one for all of you brave folks downstairs at 4 o'clock, I believe, or 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock? 3 o'clock, thank you. And for our online attendees, one more time, please join the Zoom link that's just above today's video player to participate for engaging with each other. After joining the Zoom meeting, you'll be put into small breakouts, if you wish, with 4 to 5 participants, and then you will come back to the live stream. So you go to Zoom, and then you come back to the live stream. Okay. So I thought, because it's after lunch, we might do like a standing practice. So we'll just quiet, and we're going to make it up as we go. So just standing, and we'll do, and if you would prefer to sit, sitting is also fine. We're just going to kind of explore somatics a little bit. So you can, if you feel comfortable closing your eyes and stable, you can do that. If not, you could just look a little down in front of you. And just starting to feel yourself rooted into the ground. Feeling, notice how you're balancing on each foot. Just feeling the pressure of your legs if you're standing. And just maybe starting just really gently, as much as you can, with feeling stable. And if you need to open your eyes, that's okay. Just kind of bringing your weight from one leg to another. And as you do it, just feeling that melting on each leg, feeling the pressure of the muscles move to each side. We're not trying to get anywhere here. Just to be in the body. And as you're moving gently side to side, notice what other muscles might be engaging. So moving really slowly. And as you're moving, like I can notice right now my abdominal muscles tightening, as I move from each side. So just exploring what it's like to move from one side to another. And then whenever you're ready, coming back to center. And then we'll just do a little body scan, just noticing the muscles and the sensations in your calves. You might tighten them a little bit and loosen them as you're standing there, just to kind of say hello. And then your knees, and maybe you want to bend them side to side, just bringing that curious attention just to that joint that we use so all day long, on and off. And then coming back to center again, regrounding, feeling that weight, that grounding into the earth, the blessings of gravity. And bringing your attention up your legs a little farther, just to the front and the backs of your legs. And then bringing some attention to the hips And maybe just moving the hips from side to side. It feels good. Slowly, slowly, slowly. It's really inviting a gentleness, almost like we're saying hello to each part of our body. And then coming back to center. Again, feeling that rootedness. And bringing your attention to the belly. You might notice it's full. It might still be empty if you didn't eat. And then bringing your attention up more to the chest, your heart space. You might put your hand on your heart for a moment. Really just checking in with the heart here. Getting a sense, is it feeling open, closed, somewhere in the middle, warm? And if you have your hands on your heart, oh, so slowly, just starting to gently lift it off the body. And gently, slowly, slowly bringing it down, really feeling that movement, feeling the weight almost pulling the hand down until you get back down to your legs. And bring your attention to your shoulders. You might roll them a couple times, just moving gently. Move them at the same time, forward or backward. Just waking up the body. And then whenever you're ready, you can rest there. Bring some attention to the hands, maybe just starting to move the fingers and say hello. Maybe gently bringing your hands together and creating some heat. Just rubbing the hands together. Keep going, keep going. And then when you're ready, you can stop and just keep your hands kind of close together and just feeling that energetics, just feeling the heat and the energy built just in that short time from your hands. And then slowly, slowly, as if you're like pushing down an imaginal ball, bringing your hands down so slowly. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Beautiful. And then bringing your attention to your face. And we often hold tension in the face that we're unaware of. So just checking out around the eyes, the jaw. Seeing if you can just invite a softness. And then you can just kind of move the head around a little bit. Whatever feels good to you. The neck can be very delicate and tender. So if you want to move from side to side or you want to roll the neck, whatever you know is safe and feels good to you. And then whenever you're ready, you can come back. And before we sit, I love to do some toning together. So we're just going to start the toning. We're going to breathe in together. And we don't need to do it all at the same time. So each time you lose your breath, take another breath in and make another sound. So ooh, ah, like whatever feels good coming from your body. And we want to like feel it. The toning and toning as a community and bringing all of our voices into the room is one of my favorite things. All right, so breathing in. Breathing out, make a sound. Ah. And whenever you're out of breath, just breathing in again. Keep going. I'll let you know when to stop. Don't stop. And I hear it like those big, long exhales. So good. Keep going. Ah. Keep going, keep going. And then let's end on an om together, everyone breathing in at the same time. So good. Thank you. If you'd like to sit, you can sit. Yeah. So we have like 15-ish minutes before we bring out our speakers. And some of our speakers this afternoon are going to be talking about psychedelics. And this is a conversation that's near and dear to my heart. And I thought we could spend a little time talking to each other just about expanded states. So it doesn't have to be psychedelics, but we'll do a little guided imagination, just remembering. So if you could just close your eyes or just look down ahead of you. And I'd love for you to think about a time when you were really impacted by an expanded state of consciousness. So that might have been like a moment of awe in nature, or you might have been doing intense breath work. You might have been on a meditation retreat or just sitting in your own home and had this moment that was just expanded and unexplainable. You may have been using psychedelics and in this extended, expanded state. So if you can get that moment in your mind, or that experience in your mind, it might have been the birth of a child when time stood still. So just taking a minute here just to remember, to consider. Remembering where you were, if there was music playing, if you were inside or outside, who was with you. And then just considering how those moments, or that moment in an expanded state impacted you. You can consider any changes that came or didn't come in life, any curiosities or questions you're still holding. You can slowly open your eyes. And you can turn to 1 or 2 people. We'll have about 12, 13 minutes-ish. And just share anything you're willing to share about your experience in an expanded state. It could be more than one. And share with each other. And then we'll come back together. Or you can talk about anything else you want. You're the boss of you. So enjoy some time. And the people that are just coming in, if everyone can tell them what we're doing. Right. Just coming on back. Wrapping up those conversations. Would love to hear from a few of you. Last 30 seconds or so. All right. Coming on back. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Thank you. You guys are so fun. Oh, yes. All right. So we just have like 5 minutes to share. We have a mic runner here and a mic here. Just deep and brief. I know this is like juicy conversation. Anything you'd like to share, something you learned, something you noticed. Obviously keep it about your own experience unless someone, said it was okay to share about their experience. Anything you want to share that feels meaningful? Must be my turn. I haven't shared anything.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I got a loving nudge from my group, so I listened to it.
Yay!
Because part of it actually wasn't an experience with psychedelics. I lead a wellness community here in San Francisco and San Diego, and last weekend we just had a big, yoga, silent disco, like ecstatic dance, but the type of person I'm targeting is not somebody who would be here. It's actually your everyday person who's like getting introduced to these concepts. And the euphoric feeling I had was actually leading a closing meditation last weekend where I felt an overwhelming sensation of God just like take over and lead this meditation and have people line up at the bay and like just, I can see the visual now, it gets me emotional, but like I was truly in a different frequency and I honestly haven't left it. So even being here, I'm like, I'm still in it. So I'm still high, but natural high.
So good.
Thank
Thank you for sharing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I'll share that I was in a process that started years ago, but I was in an expanded state. It did have to do with psychedelics. And the entire journey was about, almost 54, and I was probably 50 at the time. And my whole experience was about taking back my body, like taking back my sovereignty from being a woman, from being a mother, from being a wife, from just being in this culture as a woman. And it wasn't like a negative thing. It was just, it's time. And it was just being remothered, just being remothered, like by the mushroom, being remothered, like by myself, by the maloka I was in, by everyone who was there. And it was just exquisite, Yeah, I'm still on that. It's on that realm. Watch out. Anyone else? We just have a couple more minutes. These are more vulnerable shares.
Thank you, James. I'll share really quick. I had the fortunate pleasure of meeting Cully, and we both were sharing that our mothers, is it okay for me to share, Cully? Thank you. We found out that our mothers transition very close in time, and what we found, and we both also shared that our mothers had near-death experiences prior to their final transition, so they really prepared us. And similar to what you said, I remember my mom telling me when she came back out of the near-death experience, she said she was coddled like a baby, floating down the river. And so what it taught both of us, because watching them transition, we don't talk about death a lot, but it was beautiful. Like the transitioning was, I know all death isn't that way, the act of it, but for us, our experience was the beauty in the transition, that there's peace. They were at peace and they prepared both of us for that situation. It was just transcending and something we've never experienced before, and that it was just gorgeous and something to not be afraid of.
Exquisite. Yeah, death and grief like brings us to our joy and our freedom. Anyone else? We can do one more. So, there we go, right here.
Thanks. So my name's Michael, and what came up was a time I spent on a meditation retreat. And I often describe it to people as the failure parade. I was dealing with some pretty heavy stuff at the time, and a lot of it was around a sense of failure. And I got into this state of deep concentration, and then one by one, very vividly, these memories started popping up of every time in my life that I'd failed. And what was really interesting is they would appear in front of me, and then they would slowly come to this heart-centered space that at the time showed up as sort of yellow, which is something that I associate with my maternal lineage. And it was just absorbed into that space. And the memories kept coming up, and I wasn't recalling them consciously. They were just happening. And they kept coming up, and I went from the present moment all the way back into like an 8-year-old version of myself. And then once there was nothing left, once all of them had been absorbed, I sat in this sense of spaciousness, unlike anything I've ever described, and I really appreciated your naming it as God. But it was also just this sense of fundamental okayness. And in our group, we described it as sitting in like the Dead Sea or space where you were just held by something that is so compassionate, so loving, and a sense that everything is going to be okay. And what I love about that experience was it was profound at the time, but now whenever I'm dealing with something difficult, I go back to that space. Because as one of my teachers says, in reference to how are you dealing with anger, he says, if you have a raging bull, give it a big pasture.
Yeah, hallelujah. Yeah, thank you for that. Beautiful. Wow. Thank you all. All right, we're going to move on. So our next conversation is titled Disruption, Spirituality, and AI. Dee Dee is a professor and researcher specializing in the intersection of technology, religion, and ethics. Dee Dee's work explores how individuals and societies navigate spirituality, ethics, and meaning making in an era shaped by AI and digital technology. Her research examines how tech workers engage with religion, how AI influences spiritual practices, and how ethical considerations shape the development of emerging technologies. Her forthcoming book with Rutgers University Press investigates tech workers' relationships with religion in China and the United States. Dr. Didi brings insights from cross-cultural research to discussions on mindfulness, AI, and the evolving role of technology in human well-being. Please welcome Didi to the stage, interviewed by Soren. Thanks.
So we're going to get a little expansive here in the last couple sessions. So we're going to be talking about AI and then psychedelics. And then one of the founders of AI, Wojciech, is going to come and talk about where the world is going based on his experience of AI and building the next new models and what that means for society. So, and we'll talk with Didi about a different perspective maybe on AI and ethics and religion and spirituality. So if you're watching online or with us in person, that's kind of the rest of the day is AI and then psychedelics and then kind of more AI. And I think probably they're actually more connected than we think. But the conversations that we'll be having will be kind of exploring how consciousness is emerging in our world today. And will AI be a new consciousness that will also emerge? And how do we dance with what seemingly is a new intelligence? We're not really launching a new technology, we're launching a new intelligence. And what does that mean for society? And how do we navigate with this force that could potentially destroy us or also could potentially like solve every health problem in the world? Yeah. We don't know, or both.
Yeah.
So I was curious before we kind of begin to just introduce you and introduce kind of like your work and your studies and your areas of interest. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. I am currently an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology at Santa Clara University, and I study the intersection between religion and technology. In my earlier work, I interviewed tech workers in China and the US, asked them whether they see religion as having the potential to provide them with some ethical framework in the tech workplace. And in more recent research, I interviewed these individuals, such as atheist social media influencers and religious and spiritual social media influencers, to see how they navigate with technology on social media. So that is a very brief, overarching introduction of my research journey.
So how do the tech workers view religion and spirituality? Because often it feels like the assumption is that, my assumption is that tech workers actually do not really care so much about religion and spirituality. But what did you find?
Your assumption is partially correct.
Is that right?
Yeah. If we look at the religiosity, let us say in Silicon Valley, in the most traditional sense, then Silicon Valley is one of the most secular places in the United States. There is a low percentage of individuals who identify themselves as being religious. Low percentage of individuals who say that they participate in religious services on a regular basis, but a relatively high percentage of individuals who say they are not religious or are even atheist. But what surprised me when I did my research is how tech workers in both China and in the US have very contested views on the place of religion in their tech workplace. It is indeed the truth that many tech workers are not religious, but they do not want to completely exclude religion from their workplace. Many of them were born and raised in a religious background or even in religious families, although they are not religious anymore. And they still think that there are some facets about religion that can be helpful to them. So they experience a lot of uncertainties and a pressure working tech. They want to rely on religion as a coping mechanism. And they also want to rely on religion as a social entity that can partially fill in the ethical vacuum that they experience in the tech workplace. But they are also really cautious about completely introducing religion to their workplace. And part of the reason that they were cautious about it is they are worrying that introducing religious ethics into the tech workplace can take away their ethical autonomy.
Okay.
So I have one respondent who said that, oh, I have a colleague who is deeply religious, and I see this person as very ethical, but I see that example as, quoting his words, a good outcome from a sad journey, because he wants to make sure that it is tech workers themselves making the ethical decisions rather than following a settled guideline provided by religion. So I will say, yes, indeed, tech workers are not religious. In general, there is a low percentage of tech workers who are religious, but they have very contested views on the place of religion in the tech workplace and also have very complex relationship with religion.
And so I want to ask you about China, but where do you see this all going? Will there be an AI religion? Like is the next spiritual teacher an AI, and is that a good thing or a bad thing?
This is an excellent question, and it is something that I truly want to explore as my next research project.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. Because what we see is that there are indeed quite a bit of individuals who turn to Gen AI chatbot for religion-related questions or interpretation of religious discourses. And if we think about what happened before the birth of, or before the expensive usage of these Gen AI chatbots, it is these leaders in faith communities who are providing the faithful with interpretations of religious texts, answer their questions and confusions related to religion and spirituality. And now users turn to Gen AI chatbots for such information. So can we say that religion becomes algorithmic? Is it the algorithms rather than religious leaders who are deciding what type of information to be provided to the faithful individuals? And are algorithms really starting to play an increasingly salient role in our spirituality and in our religiosity? And these are the type of questions that I am deeply curious about, and I want to study more in my future research. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I do not have a firm answer on that. And
I have some answers, but because I think now you can pretty much pull up any, like, can I have a conversation with Jesus? And it's like, sure. And it's like, it has Jesus' writings and teachings, and then there's like a conversation that can have. And is that good advice or not good advice? I don't know, but I think people are then saying, okay, well, let me get Lao Tzu's opinion on this, right? So there's an accessibility that the AI provides. But there's a downside in the sense that there's not a human connection and a community that maybe exists there. So could you say a little bit about like where you think the role for kind of community or human connection, or when people are looking for religion, what does that actually, or spirituality, what does that actually mean? And is it just information, or what is it that is kind of like a true spirituality or true like experience of the divine?
Yeah, I am primarily a sociologist of religion. So in our previous research, what we found is that community is an integral component in people's religious experiences. And there are some individuals who go to their faith communities not necessarily only for these connections with the divine, but for a sense of community. And now with this growth of Gen AI and Gen AI chatbot, we do not know to what extent it will change people's experiences with religion. So from a researcher's perspective, what we can do is to interview these people who start to turn to these Gen AI chatbots about their experiences with the birth of these Gen AI chatbots. Do you think that an important component of your religious experience, which is community and this humanized connection, has been taken away? Or do you think that you get closer connections with the divine or spirituality in your interactions with Gen AI chatbots? Maybe it is only through hearing the voices and narratives from these individuals who are interacting with Gen AI for religious or spiritual reasons can we obtain some initial answers to this very complex question.
Yeah, and then some people actually argue that right now humans need other humans, but we might be able to grow out of that. Like we actually might be able to develop a relationship with the AI that actually doesn't need other humans, that this need for other humans, we can just kind of like work that out, like that can minimize over time. And that's not my argument by any means, but there are people. So how does this show up in China?
This, the way that tech workers
view religion and spirituality in China.
Yeah, tech workers in China and the US have similar views on the contested place of religion in the workplace, but they differ when they start to imagine the type of workplace that they are working in and how religion would be incorporated in the type of workplace. And what I mean is that tech workers in China still by and large think that they are working in a hierarchical workplace. So when they are thinking about incorporating religion in their tech workplace, they start to be concerned about something that is closer to a form of moral coercion. So I remembered my conversation with a China-based tech worker, and I asked him, oh, do you think it is feasible for us to incorporate some religious ethics into the tech workplace? And he said, I am concerned about it. What if my supervisor is a Christian, but I'm an atheist, and my supervisor wants to introduce some Christian ethics into the tech workplace? Does it mean that I, as an atheist, needs to acknowledge or needs to accept some Christian ethics? Because of this hierarchical relationship that they're imagining in their workplace, they start to be concerned about the sense of moral coercion. And in the US, people in general do not share their concerns, at least not in our interviews, do not share their concerns about the hierarchical workplace. What they are concerned about is how the conservative moral and political discourses articulated by religion may be in tension with the liberal and the progressive moral and the political discourses articulated by the tech industry. It does not mean that all organized religion articulate conservative moral or political discourses, but it indicates that when US-based tech workers are imagining what religion is, they tend to associate religion with these organized religions that articulate conservative moral and political discourses.
Oh, interesting.
So they're worrying about these inconsistencies between a set of conservative moral discourses versus a set of liberal discourses. And the workaround that they came up with is what I call in my book, assigning ethical authority to themselves. So they think that religious ethics can be helpful, but it has to be tech workers themselves making a decision on what elements of religious ethics that they want to incorporate in their workplace and what are the elements that they want to exclude from their workplace.
So how do you think we deal with ethics in AI then? Like, do we trust the tech companies, the AI companies, to just work that out for themselves? Or what in your vision of what would be the best possible outcome? How would we organize around this new superintelligence that's emerging and some assessment of how ethical it is or not ethical it is?
Yeah, that's a super complex question.
Oh, that's an easy question.
That's one of the most complex questions. And I do not think I am able to provide you with a comprehensive answer, because that will require year-long, decades-long conversations among stakeholders in different social entities to come up with a really comprehensive answer to such a question. But what I can tell from the information that I collected from tech workers is that even tech workers themselves are concerned about ethics in their industry. And to be really transparent, at least in my interviews, many tech workers do not trust that tech companies are able to come up with a comprehensive ethical guidelines that will lead towards a good use of technology, which makes the society a better place. But what I also found is that while these tech workers have ethical concerns on how these tech companies engage with the future development of technology, they usually do not explicitly resist these ethically problematic practices. And in my work, I argue that tech workers whom I interview manifest a sense of very subtle ethical agency. They have their disagreement, but they are more comfortable sharing their disagreement in a private setting rather than being vocal about their true ethical concerns or resisting an ethically problematic assignment from their supervisors. And I asked them why you have such subtle ethical disagreement with your company and your industry. And the reason that they gave me is, for one, they believe that ethics is not high on the priority list in the industry. Rather, money is high on the priority list in the industry. So related, they are also concerned about whether their ethical concerns may lead towards actual change in the industry. So they are feeling a sense of powerlessness, and also due to other structural constraints that they have, such as a fear of retaliation from their companies, they tend to suppress their own voices. Circulating back to your question on whether we can trust the tech companies to develop ethical framework, I'm not able to answer that question, but I know that the tech workers whom I interview will say probably not. Tech companies should not be the only stakeholders to decide what ethical guidelines should look like, and there should be at least some sort of collaborations from multiple stakeholders in the society.
That's beautiful. So here's my idea. I don't think you can trust them. And it's not because they don't care. It's a little bit like the way I see the current AI world is a little bit like a mom with single mom raising 5 kids. And you ask the mom, do you care about the world? I'm like, of course I care about the world, but I got 5 freaking kids to feed. Like, how am I going to put any time to this? So there's this race, AI race, so they all have like 5 kids. They're all trying to build. So they care, but it's just not the priority or the time and attention necessarily in the structure that it's in. So why not develop a wisdom council of people from various walks of life and backgrounds, and then creates the ethical guidelines with people who are, deeply knowledgeable about what those are, and then provide them to all the different AI companies so that they don't have to do this work and everyone's kind of on an equal playing field. Because I don't think the government can do it, and I think the AI companies are just moving too fast and have too many balls in the air to kind of put my attention to it. But then you have to say, well, what is the motivation for them to do this? And I think inevitably over time, people are going to want the most trustworthy AI to use, right? If an AI is not supporting their well-being, they're going to want to know, like, this one has values and this one doesn't have values. So the argument would be like, oh, the more that we can increase this, the more people that will actually trust your AI. So I don't think they're necessarily bad people, although I think there are some bad people. But I think if we look at what happened with social media, everyone was like, oh, they'll just figure it out and they mean well. And it's like, I don't think that worked out so well. I don't know if anybody's like, yeah, social media, oh, it worked really good for our children. I don't know, maybe a few people, but like the majority of people are like, yeah, we didn't really handle that well. I kind of wished early on we had created some standards around algorithms and the images our kids are seeing. And so I do think there's some lessons there, even though it's a different technology, because that was in an ad-based system, so I understand that within an ad-based system, there's different incentives. I think one of the interesting things about the current technologies which we're talking about is Meta, for example, will optimize for time on the platform. So the algorithm will optimize for whatever it is that keeps you looking at the platform more. Whatever activates you, whether it's hope or fear or something, it just keeps feeding whatever that is that keeps you on the platform, because that's the goal. The new AI algorithms are not optimizing for attention necessarily. They're optimizing for giving you an answer for something that you're coming there seeking. So it's a different model, right?
Yeah.
But it still needs to have ethics. And so what do those ethics look like, I think, is maybe the most important question we could be asking. And I think from the lessons from social media, I think realizing that we need to play a part. I don't think it's fair just to let them deal with that.
Yeah, it's indeed a different model, and the ethical concerns becomes a little bit different. With social media, in our previous conversations about tech ethics, we are concerned more about how the algorithms on social media make people addictive to social media platforms, and how the algorithms on social media distribute targeted advertisement based on people's gender and racial identities, which reinforce all these different types of biases. And now I can imagine that when users interact with a Gen AI chatbot, they are imagining a slightly different entity, and a Gen AI chatbot is the sort of entity that carries some sort of cultural authority. It is a source of authority that provides you with the information. So our previous discussions about tech ethics surrounds how social media are trying to manipulate the algorithms in order to generate more revenue growth. But the current discussions on ethics surrounding AI may need to focus a little bit more on how people view AI as a source of authority, and to what extent AI companies or these companies that are developing all these models can be accountable for the authoritative information that they provide to the users. Of course, I know that in these Gen AI chatbots, there is always this caveat AI can generate inaccurate information. But what truly matters is how users are imagining the authority of AI, not just to what extent AI actually has authority in terms of the information that it provides.
No, I get that. And so one of the things Yuval Harari brings up is he's like, I can understand why the platform company shouldn't be responsible for individual posts that people make, because like that's just free speech and that's a lot for them to monitor. But it should be held responsible for the things that they choose to then put in, highlight, and propagate within the sphere. So if it's propagating something that's harmful or misleading, they should be held responsible for that. And right now they're like, we can't be held responsible. So some user did it, but you chose to highlight it and bring it forth. And I think a lot of the AI leaders I talk to say, don't put us in that bucket of the social media companies. Like, we're not that. We're different. Like, don't say tech CEOs, because like we're different leaders than those people. We're actually trying to solve that problem.
Yeah.
Because that problem is right now, you search for a salmon recipe and you click it and there's like 10,000 ads before you actually get to the recipe. We'll just actually give you the recipe. And it's like, it actually helps people save their time because they're not in this crazy world of ads that old search engines would support, right? We just give you the information. So they see themselves rightly or wrongly as like trying to give people more accurate information directly without going through the maze of all the ads that are on the internet. So, but the question still remains, which is just like, what does ethics look like, and how does ethics not come from a top down, you should do this, and here's the righteous way to do it, but some kind of collaborative approach to understanding. And I'm curious, I have a lot of concern about this, and most of my concern comes from watching social media and realizing we kind of acted too late. And what would it be to act? And I'm curious, you've already kind of answered this question. What are the questions we should be asking, do you think, to handle AI from an ethical standpoint as soon as we can, so 2 years from now we don't look back and be like, wow, that would have been kind of cool if we had acted sooner?
Yeah, I have a few thoughts and very initial thoughts. The first thought is about, so when I'm thinking about people getting information from Gen AI chatbot or AI models, I tend to situate them in more concrete use cases. And the concrete use cases that I am currently thinking about is how the faithful individuals rely on Gen AI for questions related to religion and spirituality. And if AI entrepreneurs or the individuals who are developing the technology care about the authority and accuracy of this information, then one thing that they may consider doing is talking with the individuals who are having this sense of authority in our face-to-face real world, such as religious leaders, working with religious leaders and see to what extent the information is aligned with the training that these religious leaders provide, what is lost in these interactions with AI, and what can be added in people's interaction with AI. And the second thought that I have is related to our earlier conversation about tech workers' subtle ethical agency. And if we look the discussion of tech ethics on news or social media, what we can see is that there are discussions about tech ethics, but from a small group of individuals in our societies, policymakers, social scientists who care about AI, a few tech entrepreneurs who are vocal about an AI ethics or tech ethics. But what is actually happening is that these individuals who are working in their day-to-day jobs on the development of technology do not want to voice their ethical concerns. But if we do private conversations with them, we will realize that they do have extensive ethical concerns about technology. So is there a way to empower these tech workers and encourage them to voice their concerns? Or is there a way to establish healthy dialogues between, let us say, tech entrepreneurs and their employees in the discussion of tech ethics? And this circulate back to your ideas on having a wisdom panel, right? Because tech entrepreneurs need to be incentivized to have such conversations with their employees. And the question is, how can we provide them with these incentives?
Yeah, I think that's really important. I sometimes talk to my AI when I'm driving, because I'm driving, I was like, talk to my AI. And I find it enormously useful. So I'll like get health advice from my AI, I'll get like investment advice from my AI, I'll get relationship advice from my AI, all these different things. And so I was driving the other day, and I can't remember the particular topic, but it's like really, really helpful information. And I was like, can you send this to me information? Can you send this to me? And the AI is like, sure. I was like, can you email it to me? It's like, absolutely. What's your email address? I'm like, here's my email. Can you send it to me? She's like, whatever. It's like, sure, right away. And I was like, that's cool. Could you send me this other thing? It's like, cool. Actually, yeah, helpful, right away. And then I see there was nothing coming in. I was like, why didn't I get my email? She's like, oh, I can't email you. I was like, hold it, you just told me twice that you could email me. Oh, I'm sorry. That's like, and I'm like, hold it, I'm taking advice from you on all these other things, and you tell me you can't even figure out whether you can email me anything or not. So I think there's an interesting authority role where we make assumptions that might be really interesting to assume that it's like a professor that knows a lot about one thing but actually knows nothing about another topic, and you're asking the physics professor about relationships, and he or she's giving you all this advice. You're like, hold it, you don't know nothing about this.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that you humanized AI, and to an extent that you suddenly realize it is not a human being.
Yeah.
It is a set of algorithms that can make mistakes and can give you the empty promises of sending information to your email.
I'm still waiting for the email.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did this with another, I'm not going to name the engine, but the engine, I asked for some quotes, and there were several quotes that were incorrect. And I said, hold it, I don't think this quote is correct. And it said, absolutely, you're right. I'm so sorry. Here's another quote, but I'm really apologize. That quote was not correct. I looked it up. I was like, you just told me that. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I'll work to earn your trust again. And I was like, so interesting. Like it's almost there, but it's not really there.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm trusting it more and more. Like I'm actually finding myself trusting it more and more. And I don't know if that's healthy. And I also wonder sometimes whether I should just call a friend and talk to my friend on my drive. Yes, I should talk to my friend on my drive. But see, if I ask my friend, for example, I say, could you do a search of authoritarian regimes in the last 100 years and come up with a synopsis in 2 minutes about what topples authoritarian regimes, and we can talk about it? I don't have friends who can do that. But the AI is like, sure, here's based on the 10 authoritarian regimes of this century, here's what happened. And I'm like, so I love that aspect of it, because it's like, that would take me a long time to figure out. So we just have a few minutes left. Any other thoughts what would I say you're most curious or passionate about now? And we can have you back a future year to talk about, like, what is the area of study that is most passionate for you right now?
Yeah, hopefully I will be able to come back in a few years and share some updated research.
Please.
And there are two areas about the intersection between spirituality, religion, and AI that mostly interest me. And the first area is what will happen as people increasingly rely on AI for religion-related or spirituality-related information. And we talked a little bit about these questions in our earlier conversation. And we need to know that from the perspective of users, from the perspectives of people who are developing these algorithms, and from the perspectives of other stakeholders who are involved in this ecosystem. And the second question that I am curious about is what will happen to religion if people start to be increasingly concerned about their job security with the growth of AI? Early on, you mentioned that you you ask AI to provide you with the information when you commute. And this should be the job that is done by a podcast. And with the growth of AI, maybe people's jobs are increasingly in this position of being increasingly replaced by AI. And I also wonder how people would cope with this uncertainty. Does it mean that in a society such as Silicon Valley, one of the most secular places in the United States from a traditional sense, people start to increasingly rely on religion and spirituality to cope with all these insecurities and uncertainties that they experience with AI? These are the two research questions that I am the most curious about.
And I think one of the interesting things is it used to be, for example, computer science was very safe.
Yeah.
And Jensen from NVIDIA is like, no, we're not. We're building an AI that's like, you're not safe anymore, because the AI is actually going to be able to do all the stuff that computer science, and Dario and from Anthropic and Zuckerberg from Meta have all said that, like, the AI now is doing a lot of the engineering work and will increasingly do more and more. So I don't know if anybody is safe. So I do think it'll be really interesting to see what the backlash to AI is as it takes over more jobs, and how the society manages to figure out what a responsible, I don't know if it's an AI tax, or like, how do you manage in a society where there is a new superintelligence that works 24/7 and can, like, process things faster than humans can? Like, what do we do about that?
Yeah.
I think your research and study, I think, is spot on, because I think spirituality and meaning and purpose is, like, core. And if we can figure out how we can sustain that in our culture, I think that's, like, wonderful because we have all the greatest AI, but if we're lonely and disconnected and depressed and not doing well, like who cares? Like, so we know everything about everything and we're lonely and depressed. Like, I don't think that helps. So just a deep bow to you for your work and kind of trying to understand how our views of spirituality and religion in an AI world can change.
That's true. Yeah, thank you. The world of AI may need additional, even more conversations about religion and spirituality.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dee Dee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dee Dee and Soren. All right. So our next conversation is titled Disruption and Psychedelics. Janice Phelps is a trailblazing psychologist, educator, and leader in the field of psychedelic therapy. She's the founder and director of the Center for Psychedelic Therapies and Research at the California Institute of Integral Studies. Any CIS graduates here? Just out of curiosity? Couple? Few? Where she developed one of the first accredited academic programs in the world for training psychedelic-assisted therapy practitioners. With a background in transpersonal psychology, Janice brings a unique blend of clinical expertise, spiritual insight, and academic rigor to her work. Her contributions have helped shape the ethical and therapeutic frameworks guiding this rapidly evolving field, with a strong focus on integration, cultural humility, and trauma-informed care. As the conversation around psychedelics moves from the fringe to the forefront of mental health, Dr. Phelps remains a trusted voice in bringing science, healing, and consciousness. Manesh Gurn is a neuroscientist, researcher, and thought leader at the forefront of psychedelic science and consciousness studies. With a PhD in neuroscience from McGill University, Manesh's work focuses on understanding how psychedelics impact the brain, particularly in relation to self-perception, cognition, and mental health. He's currently a postdoctoral researcher working with Dr. Robin Carhart-Harris, one of the world leading figures in psychedelic research, exploring the neural mechanisms underlying psychedelic therapy. Just little science work there. Beyond his academic work, Manesh is also passionate about science, communication, and bridging the gap between complex neuroscience and public understanding. He can make the most complicated thing make sense, you guys. That's why he's here. Through his talks, writing, and online platforms, he shares nuanced, research-backed insights on how psychedelics can foster psychological healing and personal transformation. I'm going to hang out for this one and interview them, so I'll get to spend a little more time with you. So please welcome Janice and Manesh to the stage. Thank you. I'm so happy you're here. All right. So we've been waiting for this. We've been having wonderful conversations. I'm really happy to get to share you with our community here. So I'd love to start the conversation. We all come, for those of us that have found our way to psychedelics, who in the room, just out of curiosity, is willing to share, has a curiosity, has explored it, is interest? Yeah. Big in the community, just a few. We all come with our own heart and the reason that brings us to this work. My first time at psychedelics when I was 16 or 17 with LSD, and I was like, oh my gosh, thank goodness. This is not all that's here. Like, oof. I was still a hot mess for a long time after that, but it was the beginning of opening up consciousness, to me. And so I came to it through my own lens, right? My story goes on, but I'm curious with the two of you right now, just where is you're radical people, right? This is the mainstream's kind of coming with the rest of us, but you guys have been at this for quite some time, working on the edges. So what is the heart pull for you in this work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Janice, would you like to lead us off?
Sure. I would say I was fortunate enough to be just old enough to dip into exploring in the 60s before the Controlled Substance Act of 1970 closed down using the plants and the classic psychedelics then. So I dabbled, and I had older people helping me do it in a very sober, smart way. And I grew up in the suburbs of New Jersey, and what I discovered in using the drugs such as LSD or psilocybin, it took me into realms of consciousness that I didn't know existed. I found more meaning in life. I got amazed. Some of it was scary. All of it was mind-opening, and I realized there's much more to life than what met the eye and how my family talked about life and how my friends talked about it. I was also interested in meditation as I grew older, so I moved into mindfulness training with Vipassana and Zen approaches, which very much informed how I thought about things. And I'm sure we'll talk as we go along more about mindfulness and psychedelics, but I'm very grateful that we have a reciprocity with these plants and these more synthetic drugs that affect consciousness. And I feel they're teaching us that there's more to life than what we had thought, and there's more to being in community with one another than what we thought, and we're actually wiser than we have any understanding. Yet.
Yet. Thank you.
Wonderful. I can echo a lot of what Janice said. My entry point to psychedelics was in my teens, so around 16 or 17. And I had actually started with an interest in Zen Buddhism and Vedanta and Eastern practices and meditation. And that had given me an openness to then receive the psilocybin mushrooms I had with some friends at the beach when I was 16, which that experience for the first time allowed me to shift out of this thinking I into something greater. And I was able to see this character called Manesh with his beliefs, thought tendencies, perspectives, and so on as something that I wasn't, so from almost like a third-person perspective. And that really opened my mind to the ways in which our consciousness can be altered and made me really wonder about what are the possible states through which we can experience the world. And our perception is our reality, so how can our perception be radically altered to give us a more clear view of what's going on and a more expansive view? And that has led me on this journey of studying it academically and becoming a neuroscientist and so on. And these days, what's in my heart is bringing that possibility to a kind of, to the public, to the general public, to a wider audience. And how I would frame it is, I think psychedelics have shown me through my own personal experience and through the studies I've been involved in and in retreats I've been involved in various contexts, psychedelics remind us about the possibility of radical transformation. In some of these studies with treatment-resistant depression, some of these patients have been depressed for 20, 30 years, have been on 3+ antidepressant medications and so on. And not everybody, but some of them will have transformative experiences with 1 or 2 sessions where they're no longer depressed a year later at follow-up. They're still in remission. And there's not much we could think of that's able to do that. And that kind of possibility, you don't even need psychedelics to appreciate that that's possible. It's like, oh, that was available to these people, which catalyzed things intrinsic to their brains to facilitate this radical healing. And so what I'm really excited about is kind of this democratization of psychedelics and healing such that people can realize, yeah, sure, I'm 50, I've been depressed for 20 years, but this is not just who I am. I'm an inherently flexible plastic being that with the right context, the right stimulation, you can transform and radically change how you view yourself in the world. Yeah. And so I think that's what excites me about psychedelics.
Yeah, thank you. What you were just sharing, particularly in your opening about beliefs and identities and seeing yourself from a different perspective, I'm thinking back to our time with Dick Schwartz and talking about internal family systems and that we're all this multiplicity within us and we have different parts. So I'm curious how, because our topic is disruption, how you see psychedelics, if you could kind of build on what you were just sharing, Manesh, and I'm curious with you, Janice, on how it's disrupting our personal narratives and identities. What's your take, both of your takes on that? And maybe Janice, you can go first.
Sure. Wish we had more time for this.
I know.
But for those of you who know about psychedelics, you've probably heard of the terms ego dissolution and ego inflation. And there's a part of us that's very much identified with our personality structure and what we are physically, as you were so well saying earlier in your share. But there's also the witness capacity in us where we're not identifying with that ego and those self-talk and what we've been conditioned to feel about ourselves or think about ourselves. And when we're in a place with meditation or psychedelics, or we're feeling an overwhelming feeling of love in loving kindness for ourselves and others, as was spoken so well by many of the speakers this morning, we change how we see ourselves. And we are more loving toward ourselves. We are more skeptical about, well, you thought you were that person, but there's this huge context in consciousness that suggests that's not just who you are. Maybe you can let go of that and be brave and imagine there's more to you than meets the eye. And if we're around other people that don't feel crazy saying such a thing as I just did, that they're aware there's other aspects of reality and the cosmos than what our normative world would suggest, then we start doing an inquiry with others, and inner healing can then move around and be a small family healing, transformation in the communities we're part of. And I think that's what you're seeing starting to happen in the psychedelic communities, not just in this country, but in most of the regions around the planet right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, in my answer to that question, I'll take it into a bit of a neuroscience direction, being a neuroscientist. What we know from a lot of neuroscience research is that we don't experience the world as it is, right? And we all know this experientially too. We experience it through our internal frameworks and narratives. And in the brain, this is often linked to a particular brain network called the default mode network, which I actually did my PhD on. I think it's a fascinating brain network. And this network is what allows us as humans to create these complex cultural frameworks of what's real, what reality is like, what kind of world we live in, and then flipping that kind of reflexively on ourselves. What type of person am I? Who am I? What are my traits and characteristics? What's my likely future? All these things, and that colors our experience of the world. And we can also bring in all sorts of ideological, and religious kind of conditioning or knowledge or understanding that comes into those same frameworks and how we view the world. And in a lot of cases, we weren't aware of what was instilled into us. And so these things are behind the scenes, subconscious or unconscious, modulating or influencing how we emotionally respond to things, how we interpret the events of our life, the types of people we connect with, and all these things. And I think, what's emerging from the research is that psychedelics can destabilize these narratives by altering or destabilizing essentially the activity in this brain network, and thereby reducing the extent to which we're seeing through it, right? And this is, of course, seen in a lot of contemplative kind of traditions as well. Things like, I know Alan Watts often talks about removing our conceptual blinders to have more of an immediate access to the world as it is. And then, of course, there's like Shunryu Suzuki's Zen mind, beginner's mind, right? So a beginner's mind is one where those narratives and conceptual filters are kind of relaxed, and we're just here in this kind of more conceptual, direct way of knowing. And I think psychedelics, when used in a responsible way, in the right context, and all that is really important to acknowledge, can allow this temporary destabilization of our assumptions, beliefs, narratives, so that we can explore alternate worldviews. We can reimagine new futures. We can reconceptualize who we think we are. We can see blind spots in our perception of reality. We can see where we're just downright inaccurate. And we can revise our beliefs about ourselves and the world. And I think that's a huge, powerful aspect of them. And, these days, all of our kind of unifying general narratives are collapsing, and there's mistrust in institutions, and our sense of certainty about, what the world is like and where it's heading is pretty much out the window. And I think psychedelics can allow us to have an experience of that kind of internal disruption to explore new pathways and really think out of the box. And again, see where our current narratives, which we might be holding on to or clinging on to, are no longer serving us and are, whereas they might have been adaptive previously, now they've become maladaptive, right? And I think having this flexibility in our narrative structures that psychedelics allows can really help us navigate, disruption, to bring it back to the theme a little. Yeah.
Thank you. And I appreciate you. Oh, go ahead.
I
Janice.
think I'd like to add a piece that neither of us spoke to around this question. I think it deserves just saying it out loud, that psychedelics are not for everyone. And there are places in which one can go through what we were both talking about and feel as if the inner disruption is much too much to handle. The paradox is just difficult to sit with. The person is getting trauma re-triggered inadvertently, unsuspectingly, and they haven't been held in a safe, what we call set and setting, which is what we teach a lot of in the program that I run, of how to be with material that comes up that's very off-putting, very scary, very disgusting, full of ego criticisms and self-recriminations, that it really takes preparation, and it takes being with mindful people who know that terrain before you get in there to really utilize and find your way into the experiences that we were just talking about. So I wanted to give that as a caveat for what we were both saying. It's very important that people get trained to be with one another in a safe and sound way.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. Yeah, I didn't want, as we were speaking, I was thinking we don't want to feel like this is some panacea, and it's for everyone. So I appreciate you bringing, we all three care very much about harm reduction and safety in the space. And thank you for bringing that in. It's really important. Well, I kind of want to go back to what you were sharing earlier, Janice, about kind of bringing it into community, because you shared something with me that I found I didn't know was happening. And we often find ourselves coming to these medicines to make the unconscious conscious, and for our own inner healing. And there is this idea of going beyond inner healing into systemic change or to community building or community change. And you were sharing about a community up in Oregon where some interesting things were going on. So I wonder if you're willing to share that with everyone. That was very new to me.
Sure. Well, a little bit of a background that Michelle and I also did talk about is that obviously humans have been using these plants for millennia. In fact, anthropologists haven't discovered a continent or a region of those continents on this planet where there aren't psychotropic plants available and stories of them having been used for thousands of years. So what's happening now in our society is that the research that Manesh was talking about and that we teach in our program, these very provocative and interesting efficacy and effectiveness outcome studies, it entails two people being in the room at the time, two different therapists who've been well trained in the ways we've been talking about, and it's very expensive to do that. In one estimation, in order to bring it more fully into drug development and rescheduling, which is what is hoped for some of these medicines coming forward with enough findings to do so, that it will be about $12,000 to $18,000 a person to go through all the preparation and the integration that's needed afterwards. So what is wonderfully happening is full circle. This field is coming back to using groups of people together with 2 to 4 facilitators or therapists in the room with perhaps 8 to 12 people maximum. And we train people up in Oregon. We're a approved program there with Oregon State to do psilocybin work with material from the ground. These are real mushrooms, not as synthetic. And most of the groups doing this with their approvals at their service centers, they're called, are doing them in groups because it's more affordable then. And they have been finding interesting things, like usually a person creates an intention for themselves of what would I like to have happen for myself in this particular experience. Often meditation retreats are run that way, where you'll be thinking about, well, what am I ready to let go at a meditation retreat? Very similar to a retreat with psychedelics. In the group work, sometimes an entire group will come together. It might be a family or it might be a peer group, and they're going, how can we help out Joe, who's going through a real difficult time in life? Let's the 6 of us get together, do a journey with one another, and see what kind of insights we get about what Joe's going through, and how are we hurting him? How are we hindering him in his own transformation? How can we help him better? And what can we learn about ourselves in relationship with our dear one who's going through difficulty? There are really amazing reports from current people in Oregon who report community building and set knowledge that helps them build a better community locally. And Indigenous people have been talking about such results from working together in an altruistic way, not just with psychedelics, but in all ways. So it's as if our modernity is coming back in and relearning what we may have lost in how we've civilized ourselves, quote unquote. So I'm happy to share that with you. So it's financially better. The people are still being given a safe place to do it in, and the innovation of being able to do it in groups helps build a community if the people have that intention in common.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I'd love to weave in, because you're in this kind of collective space. You know, Vivek Murthy yesterday, for those of you that heard his talk, really spoke about this kind of hunger for meaning and purpose, you know, for connection. There's a loneliness. And I would love for you both to share how you see this disruption with psychedelics kind of feeding that hunger for meaning and purpose. Like what do you see coming or possible as a disruption? Manesh,
You go
wanna start?
first.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, you know, this really dovetails with what we were saying before about narratives and how it can facilitate the kind of escape from rigid narratives and entering into new perspectives and ways of being. And I would also say a lot of the times what's getting in the way of meaning making and purpose is some degree of rigidity in our psyches, in our minds, in the ways we're thinking and viewing the world, and two, some level of disconnection from ourselves. Right, and I believe Vivek talks about the importance of community and our social connections in optimizing our health, and you know, and it helps all sorts of metrics. But there's the adage, of course, you need to first connect to yourself to connect deeply with others, right? And there's a lot of research with psychedelics that really emphasizes the connectedness piece as a major mechanism of the positive change that people are seeing. As people will have experiences of their kind of ego self-structures moving out of the way in these ego-dissolving experiences, and then somehow feeling a connection deeper to themselves by getting their personality out of the way. And then through that, you go in and through that, you connect to nature and the universe and God and so on. And I think these experiences of deep connectedness and connection can allow people more likely to engage pro-socially with others and create these communal meaning-making structures. And that's a really essential part of it as well, because, you know, as Janice was mentioning, the group therapy format, it's so powerful to share these very vulnerable and opening experiences with others who are going through something similar, and having that collective exchange of, oh, it's not just me, oh, I'm not actually crazy, this is a very natural human experience. And I think meaning making in isolation is obviously much more difficult than doing it in a communal environment. And so I think psychedelics, can help us explore new narratives of understanding the world that can provide a more meaningful context for us to act in. And then two, they can see the levels of deeper connection to others and self that also enable and reinforce these new meaning-making structures.
Thank you. Anything to add?
Sure, although that was really well put. I think what we're seeing here, I mean, it's been mentioned several times today by other speakers about a crisis of meaning that's happening right now, and the challenges and the disruptions economically, socially, politically. And the feeling tones between family members has shifted more toward the negative, let alone people living across the street from one another. So we're all aware of it. We're somewhat hypervigilant about that nervousness. And so we need a softening among us. And I'd like to bring in a word that I don't think we have said yet, but my experience when I was young, when I was telling you about this, and then in meditation, and dipping into some non-dual states that were very fulfilling and restful. A place of rest is possible on this planet. We've all experienced some aspects of that. The qualities of humility, gratitude, loving kindness that can come when someone has gone through deep bereavement, or a yoga retreat, or a meditation retreat, or a deep dive of the kind we're talking about that's helpful with psychedelics, takes them into a threshold of experiencing, if all goes well in that particular experience, of some qualities of humility that they might never have felt before. Humility is a beautiful feeling. Gratitude is a gorgeous feeling, and to feel a deep gratitude for nothing in particular, but to be in the nectar of gratitude, opens one up to, wow, this is just meaningful in and of itself. I don't need anything more of life, except this experience is remarkable, and I'm full beyond what I could have imagined. And then, if one is further fortunate, a loving kindness, a feeling of love, a quality of it that one hadn't experienced before comes forward, and it makes one then very inquisitive about, well, what is life about? I really want to know. It's interesting. I'm curious about it. I'm not as afraid of it as I was before. Love is another form of a nectar that I think makes us courageous. And either Trudy or Jack said that as much this morning. Love, courage, the heart, all mixed in together. And if we're fortunate, we'll find ways to transform our ability to experience love, be a better person for ourselves, those we're around, and those we meet at the grocery store or at the gas station or wherever. Can't go wrong with that.
Beautiful. My heart is so full right now. Wow. Yeah. That's beautiful. Thank you.
You're clapping for love, gratitude, and humility. Let's just call that out, right?
Yeah.
That's what that applause was for.
Let's do it again. For love, gratitude, and humility. Woo! So good. Thank you. So this conference is, born through the practices of mindfulness, as you so beautifully shared. And I know for myself and for others I've sat with, these experiences often bring us to ourselves in a way that we hadn't experienced before. And I know there's the Sanskrit, I confirmed it with Trudy this morning. I'm like, am I saying this correctly? There's a Sanskrit word for mindfulness, which I won't share, but it means to remember, which many of us have heard, right? It just means to remember. And these medicines bring us back to a remembering. Mm-hmm. And so I'd love for you both to share just this intersection of mindfulness and psychedelics, either what it means to you, what you've seen in the research, or the people you've taught in your program. What you'd like to share just about this beautiful intersection of coming home to ourselves and remembering and being in love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Go
I
ahead.
can give it a shot, yeah. I mean, how I view it often is that psychedelics, of course, I mean, this is the easy thing to say, that psychedelics help us be more mindful, and mindfulness, having greater mindfulness helps us navigate difficult psychedelic experiences more easily. But I think deeper than that, the question is, at least for me when I think about it, is what's getting in the way of our ability to be mindful, right? It's usually, at its core, it's always fear of some sort, which shows up as anxiety, and which is a result of uncertainty and a need for it to be certain, right? And often it's our own internal stories, our melodrama, as Ram Dass would call it, that keeps us in these states of not being mindful. And so I think through a lot of the stuff that we talked about, of the responsible, kind of informed, well-prepared use of psychedelics in controlled contexts, can allow people to process that fear and process these emotions and memories which might be weighing us down. And these things might spontaneously emerge in meditation or in silence or in other contexts, but the experience for many people is that psychedelics somehow within a 6-hour journey on mushrooms will take you exactly where you need to go to experience that grief you didn't fully process 20 years ago, or that really traumatic interaction you had with a parent that you'd forgotten about. And somehow it takes us to these places where our ego defenses are down and our emotional salience is upregulated, so we're really just in it and we are experiencing it and have this opportunity to feel what needs to be felt and to process and integrate it. And I think the more we do that, the more it's easier to be mindful, it's easier to be present. We live in a kind of lighter, flowy way. And so I think, you could just kind of brute force mindfulness it through a really intense experience. Maybe that's the wrong way to say it, but in terms of creating spaciousness for the difficulty. But you can also reduce the difficulty by processing your stuff and therefore, making it easier to hold that spaciousness of what's going on in our experience without being overwhelmed. So again, I think psychedelics can be a catalyst for the type of healing that lends itself to being more mindful and present and feeling safer in the body as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, piggybacking on what you just said, there's a term that is quite useful called the optimal zone of arousal in consciousness studies. In psychedelics, it looks like exactly what Manesh was just saying, where the ability to witness is clear, is here. The person, if they're doing mindfulness practice, they're in a better capacity, if you will, to be able to ride through the different waves of sensory things that are happening and perceptions and emotions and thoughts that are happening. And the zone is one in which you're aroused and concentrated, but your body is more relaxed. And in that sweet spot, that's where some of the juice can really happen. And when I went back from doing mindfulness work into exploring plant medicines in my 40s, I'd been told, oh, there's all bells and whistles, you'll get all these insights, the colors will be beautiful, and et cetera, et cetera. And I had remembered that from when I was younger, but I thought, well, I've been mindful, I've been doing Zen, and I don't want to get all entranced by peripherals, which is what I thought they were talking about. So when I started practicing, I discovered, and this is what I teach our students, and many of our students already know this themselves, that if you practice mindfulness while you've ingested a psychedelic, you're more able to navigate through whatever comes up in that landscape, and you accentuate the strength of your mindfulness practice, because on a psychedelic, the extremity of the stimulation is nothing like you'd get at a very quiet retreat up in the foothills of California, except your own internal stimuli. And the insights that come forward aren't those that are typical for just a non-enhanced meditation retreat. So I have found the two in conjunction with one another, with a sense of one's spirituality, where you're willing to be in an ambiguous place with what might be important about whatever's happening in the moment, and you can hold paradoxes together. Something is contradictory for you of what's happening, and you're able to not make too many thought forms about it, which is what you've been emphasizing. Release from thought forms is a beautiful thing. For those of you who study mindfulness and are practitioners, you know that. So I think that we're going to see more research on this. What is it like for people to utilize a psychedelic plant or medication, and what's it like for them to do it while practicing mindfulness? And what can we learn about that, about our consciousness? It's so exciting to think of the research that's coming down the pike.
Thank you. I could talk to you guys all day, but we're out of time, right? We need to do this all day. But thank you both for the work that you do in the world, and for sharing it and taking your time with us. And thank you all for being with us. And please thank our guests.
Thanks for having us.
What an honor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you. So we have a break. So please come back here and be in your seats by 3:30. We'll see you soon. Love you. right. Come on back to your seats. Bring your attention back if you can, finishing up your conversations. Let's just pause for a moment together as we're waiting for our next speaker, taking a breath in and breathing out. I'm by myself. Breathing in and breathing out. Still not there. Breathing in and breathing out. One more like you mean it. Breathing in and breathing out. Beautiful. And just pausing for a moment. Just creating a little space, a little openness. Just taking in all the energy and connection, insights, excitements. Just making space for all of it. Okay. So our next conversation is titled Disruption and AI. Wojciech Zaremba is a co-founder and the chief scientist of OpenAI, one of the leading organizations in the development of artificial intelligence. With a background in computer science and mathematics, Wojciech has played a pivotal role in shaping the research and advancements in AI, particularly in the areas of reinforcement learning and unsupervised learning. His work at OpenAI is driven by a deep commitment to ensuring that AI benefits all of humanity and is developed in a safe, transparent, and ethical manner. Wojciech has been a key player in the creation of groundbreaking AI models, including GPT and DALL-E, which have revolutionized the way we interact with technology. Beyond his technical expertise, he is passionate about the societal implications of AI, including its potential to address global challenges and its role in enhancing human creativity and collaboration. Please welcome Wojciech to the stage, interviewed by Soren.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
So one correction is you're not the chief scientist, but you're the co-founder. So sorry
That's
that
correct.
information got in there.
There's like some imprecision, like I guess hallucinations of AI.
That's hallucinations, human hallucinations too. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
I'm really excited for this conversation on kind of the future of AI and also the future of humanity. And I think you have a strong concern for both, and how those two dance together, I think, is one of my most exciting conversations to have. So thank you for joining us in that journey. I thought we would start out by just kind of getting everybody a chance to know you and what it was like. I think you grew up in Poland, and I'm just kind of curious how what your early years were and how they kind of maybe framed some of your curiosities that later developed.
Okay, cool. So let's see. Early on, I was quite passionate about science. Very early on, I was quite passionate about science. I was passionate about math. At some point, the school teacher told me that I'm stupid. And then actually, that I would say impacted me. That impacted me even for a longer period of time. I stopped even doing math at that period of my life. I switched to chemistry. I felt that in case of chemistry, I can just build things by myself. So that's what I was doing. I built laboratories as a kid. I was building bombs as a kid. And only later I got back to math. There was even a period as I was a kid, I was actually already interested in meditation, lucid dreaming. I think that's what the kids are interested in. Chemistry-wise, I even remember as a teenager, I synthesized laughing gas out of fertilizer.
I mean, didn't we all do that as kids? Come on, let's listen. We all did that. Yeah, no. You figured that out.
I read online how to do it. But it was like a kind of interesting contraption mechanism, yeah.
Yeah. And then somehow you ended up, I think, at NYU studying mathematics.
I went for a PhD in actually artificial intelligence at NYU. It's kind of interesting.
It was a subject back then.
The more or less 10 years ago or 12 years ago, it became something that people study, but there was actually very few places that were into that.
Okay.
So frankly, there's maybe 3 major universities. That was Toronto, Montreal, and New York, from which the early figures like Jan LeCun, Jeffrey Hinton, and Joshua Bengio originate. These are the major labs. There's like some sense of things play out for me. Somehow it happened that the skills that I have are relevant, that the things that I'm passionate, I'm able to contribute. And I would say there is obviously I have like some skills and talent, but I would say there is also some deep sense of, I would say, appreciation. One can also call it luck or so, that it happens so that I'm in the place where I am. And it almost feels like improbable. And you kind of think, what's the probability that I would find myself in the place like that?
Yeah.
And I don't know how to think about it, but at least I concluded that if I'm so lucky, then perhaps I should do something with it, or like I can make a difference or something.
Yeah, beautiful. And then, so how did the OpenAI kind of opportunity emerge? And I know there was a handful of you kind of in the beginning. Could you just kind of share with us a little bit about kind of how that chapter kind of started, and what was your inspiration and other people's inspiration back in the early days when this seemed crazy for most people, right? Like if you told a friend, yeah, I'm going to this AI company to kind of create, beneficial AI, I guessing most people back then would be like, that didn't make any sense. So you were probably trusting some intuition that maybe something could happen, or could you tell us a little bit about what that kind of early formation days were like?
So I remember back in the day, I was also interning at Google. I learned a little bit about AI over there, and also during my PhD. And back in the day, actually, AGI was a dirty word. It's like it's almost like you are
artificial general intelligence.
Correct. You're like too crazy. This is like no. We are here doing like machine learning.
Yeah.
AGI. This is like you are guys too crazy. It will take decades to create. And at least for me, there was a sense that this is inevitable.
Yeah.
And that AGI, if you think about having inside of a computer like a digital brain, then that has tremendous ramifications to the world. Like in case of computers, you can replicate weights many times. You can have many of these brains learn in parallel. And it sounded like, it's a matter of time that will bring such a, let's say, technology, entity, or tool, or you can think about it in actually all variety of ways to the world. And that's like a extremely important thing to, let's say, pay attention, work on, and so on. So early on, the world of AI was relatively small. Like, for instance, when I look at the conference, which now has thousands of people, it used to have 200. So people knew each other, and early on in the formation of OpenAI, you remember like a couple of us, they were reaching out to each other. I think Sam was quite active, and Greg Brockman were active in the early recruiting. And we went to Napa. In Napa, there's like, that's I think November 2015, there's like these early conversations about we should create a company, we should create a nonprofit. I remember when I told my mom about it, my mom was worried because at Google they had a free food.
Oh, yeah. 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 There's no way Sam's going to give you free food.
So
at least you're going to eat at Google. Yeah.
That's what moms pay attention to, and it's important. She wanted the best for me.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's also interesting that it was very clear early on when I spoke with people that many people there are thinking big, and it's not a company trying to, let's say, solve a particular small problem, but rather tries to think actually holistically about this quest. I remember it was interesting that early on we wrote on the whiteboard even what are the components, what we have to solve. And over the years, it actually turned out that they were on point.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
like the primary components, it was something like unsupervised learning, which turns out to be training large language models. That's essentially pre-training of the large language models is unsupervised learning. And second thing, there was also reinforcement learning. It was it was described as sample-efficient reinforcement learning, and that's at the moment also core of how this technology works. To be honest, I don't remember other bullet points, and perhaps they were less important.
Yeah. Could you tell us, because I think I have a sense of what it's like to work on AI, but how would you describe what it's like to work on AI? Is it a lot of math? I know there are large amounts of data that needs to be kind of understood. Is there any way to kind of describe to normal people like what it's like to be like, okay, we're going to develop this next model? Like I would not know if somebody asked me to do anything.
Where to start?
Yeah, like is there a way to give a glimpse of what that world is like and the challenges and opportunities there?
So I would say that we are at the moment in the place that there is actually variety of skills turn out to be extremely relevant. So let me walk you through some examples. Okay. So for instance, one of the endeavors is figuring out what personality model should have.
Okay.
And
what personality the model should
correct.
have. Okay.
And can think. You can use philosophical theories, you can think from perspective of what the users want. Maybe also one framing that I heard, which is quite interesting framing. I heard it from my colleagues from Anthropic, is a framing saying the personality that I would like model to have is a personality of a person whom I would be willing to give responsibility of deploying AGI to the world.
Okay.
Okay, imagine, so it's what are the qualities of this person?
Yeah.
Because, at some point they might be tasked with this task.
Yeah.
And, you might want to have a trust towards how they are acting. And it's kind of interesting that in case of AI, which might be harder, which might be way easier than in case of humans, it's possible to, very carefully examine behaviors at the micro scale, every single, let's say, axis of the behavior. And for instance, you would like models to be able to admit their mistakes.
Yes.
Okay, that even if they make mistakes, you would want them to be able to admit their mistakes.
That'd be good for humans too, but models for sure, yeah.
There is also something, you might think that maybe the thing that you want from models is to have a total honesty, okay? But then when you look at humans, I'm actually, you might, think about even yourself when you're in the restaurant and you didn't like a meal, and someone is and the server is asking you, how did you like it? And you're like, okay.
Yeah.
And, you can say that, this is frank, this is not fully honest.
Yeah.
But maybe that's okay.
Yeah, or if somebody's wearing shoes and I don't like their shoes, I don't think they're good shoes, I'm not going to go tell them I don't like your shoes, even though that's honest, right? But it's not very helpful. So the AI probably has to determine what is actually helpful versus just honest.
Yeah, so here you can, you are starting to describe that maybe the perspective to think about AI is from perspective of being helpful. But then the question is, let's say if someone is causing harm to themselves, like to what extent AI should help with that versus not. So there are also these framings. Some time ago, people were speaking about that we should create humanity-loving AI. Ilya was advocating for that. And it's, this is like a really compelling vision. It's almost like, imagine that you have this like a super intelligence. It's like a data center. And there are like thousands or even millions of GPUs buzzing.
Yeah.
And you want this data center to think nicely about humans.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. And this framing kind of makes sense, but it also turns out to be somewhat problematic, and I can tell you why. So let's say you have a cigarette selling company, okay? Should it be the case that when they try to, I don't know, revise their emails, model is refusing to do so? Because it's like,
Yeah, I don't know, yeah.
And also, who are we to judge what is good for humans versus not?
Yeah.
People tried to do it some time ago during Prohibition, and that didn't work.
Yeah.
And maybe the closest where we are today is that the AI should empower you. There are also, let's say, some limits with respect to law that it should respect it. Even if you want to, manufacture pandemic, it shouldn't empower you.
Right, right. Yeah, I think that would be true. So those are the questions that a team has to grapple with, and a team has to build the data set or the I don't know, the language,
So there is
the system, so that it acts in the way that you're most intended.
So you can think here is like a few things. One is like you can think about the personality, and it's like we have the model spec that even describes publicly how our AI is. You can also think about let's say, what are the topics that are not okay to speak about, and within even these topics, you have a taxonomy that specifies, that's okay, but that's not. In case of bio, there's like a bunch of things that you can ask, but if you start taking pictures of petri dishes with, let's say, viruses, maybe it shouldn't be advising you on the next steps.
Yeah, that's great.
So let's say I just described one sliver, and I want to say that now there's just a variety of skills that involve building these. Frankly, I would use the word digital brains. So, one of them can think about building infrastructure. So people are building systems involving a large number of machines that have to work together. And these systems are not like reliable. So it turns out machine fails every 3 years. But if you have 1,000 machines, then it means that it fails every day. And if you have 10,000 of them, then like 10 times per day, and every piece can be falling apart. So there is there's a piece that there are people working on the infrastructure. Then there's people working even on the neural network corresponds to some very precise mathematical operations. And there are people responsible for making sure that these operations are very quickly calculated on the GPUs. There are also people working on making sure that we can maximally utilize these GPUs and work even with reduced precision of numerics and so on and so forth.
Wow, that's a lot. So thank you for that. So
that's just the beginning.
It seems like in the past years you've had two explorations. One of the explorations is building AGI or building, artificial intelligence in ways that hopefully is effective and supportive. And the other area is consciousness and awareness and well-being. And I'm curious, two questions. One is, do you see that those could be connected at all? And on the kind of inner development, what motivated you to kind of begin some of the different practices you've done to kind of explore your inner world, and what have some of your discoveries been that have been impactful to you?
So let me start.
So this is Wisdom 2.0. So we do the 2.0, we do the Wisdom. But yeah, your inner explorations and what motivated that, and what's have been some of your learnings. And yeah.
Let me speak about the second one, and then I will speak about the first one. So for me, meditation was actually extremely transformative. I have also experience with psychedelics and meditation. And, I had a variety of experiences where I'm overwhelmed with love, just out of meditation, crying, and I can see how my body is reacting, parts of the body shaking or so. And and there is a shift. There is a shift in perspective.
How would you describe that shift of perspective? Is there a way to describe it?
I would say the following thing. It's like one level is it turns out that it's possible to be upset on something for 20 years or entire life, and you might not even know about it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see, and this we are speaking about emotional release.
Yeah.
We are speaking about that, all of a sudden, the moment when you face it, it's like it dissolves, loosens up, and there is like some clear reaction in the body.
Yeah.
And it is strange that, pixel-wise, actually your vision looks the same, but it's somehow different in the subtle way.
Yeah.
And it is wild to me that it's possible to do actions inside of your head, that you can do something inside of your head that shifts your perspective towards, loving.
Yeah.
This is very surprising to me.
Yeah, and your nervous system shifts based on that story or that experience being released versus held.
That's correct.
Yeah, and you're a different essentially, or a different person, or a more expansive person as a result of that shift.
That's correct. And I would say that, for people for whom meditation works, they know what I'm speaking about. And I would say that's not the case for everyone. Some people try meditation, they don't have such effects. And I would say I'm lucky that I found something that works for me.
Yeah.
And it's almost like once you see it, you cannot unsee it.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, I would say, it breaks your model of the reality.
Yeah.
So.
And was there something, and you don't have to answer this, or you can give me a more broad answer, but I'm curious, because a lot of people that I know, they don't, usually you go into meditation or some kind of psychedelic journey because there's some pain, or things aren't going well, or there's something in disturbance. And so I'm curious, was it just curiosity that kind of brought you during that area, or was there a concern about AI and I want to be a clear vessel to build AI, or was it multiple things that
For me, to be honest, curiosity.
Curiosity.
It was like, this is like another axis of life, which seems to be very interesting. Yeah. It's almost like a wild that there is such a thing. Yeah. It's like, you describe it to people and they don't believe you.
Uh-huh.
And once you experience it, you kind of, that stays with you for life. And also, when you look at the reason why there are so many people are religious, why religions are powerful, is because many of them they had strong spiritual experiences.
Yeah. And do you find that in the AI community that there's a lot of other people interested in this kind of element of consciousness? And how, is there any way in which AI can be supportive of that, or is that still to be discovered in terms of whether, because historically technologies, and we've talked about this, they make us more productive, they make us more knowledgeable, but they often hadn't make us more happy or more fulfilled or more heart-opened, whether it's social media or the iPhone or different things. They've been very helpful in certain areas. And I'm curious, as we kind of enter this new chapter, what are your thoughts or curiosities about maybe ways that we can make sure that there's those two worlds interact, or maybe you say that those two worlds don't interact, that you need your meditation retreat for certain things, and then you need your kind of AI access for other things?
So let's start with something that obviously is happening, and will be transformative, which is the AI therapist. So it's pretty interesting that AI has some number of properties that would be really hard to, for the real therapists to offer. They can be available anytime, 24/7. They are infinitely patient.
Yeah.
They have infinite memory of everything that you told them. It's not that they are distracted. And also, now I'm kind of maybe speaking where it may go or where it will go. So far, there has been invented, variety of methodologies for therapy. And it is super hard to say which one works versus which doesn't. It's often that the therapist is maybe using that therapy method which worked for them.
Right, yeah.
However, in case of AI is familiar with every single technique, and it is conceivable that down the road it will be able to find a technique that actually fits you. Let's say if you are Christian, that's like a one thing. If you are not, then that's like a different thing. Something that speaks to you and really allows you to open. And there is also this sense, even with Google search, people are more honest than with their partners. And I believe the same is true or becoming true with AI models.
Can it help us be more honest with our partners? Hopefully.
So I would so let's see. I would say there's in case of AI, there are the ways how it can play out. I think I can imagine two different worlds, and perhaps they can be happening even simultaneously. So one world is in which AI, teaches us and opens our heart, helps to heal trauma, and helps us to connect with others. That's like essentially
the red pill or the blue pill. I can't forget the pill. One of the pills. Okay, one direction.
And then the alternative is that it would create a dependency and the skills, and it wouldn't transfer any particular skills to us. And I think that to some extent that depends on agendas of particular companies, on the market forces. Also, to be honest, what people are the most excited about. And that's to be seen. I can imagine it going either way or both at the same time.
Right. And that was actually my next question, which is we don't know, how everything's going to unfold, but do you have a sense if we did it really well, if AI became this really magnificent tool for us, for humanity, and humanity was growing along with the AI, what do we need for that to happen? And then how do we reduce the chances of it becoming something that is harmful? Because I know a lot of people in the AI world have concerns, right? They see the power and they know that, wow, this power in somebody's hands who has bad intentions could be used to manipulate or to control or to misinform, but this power in the right direction could be used in all these beautiful ways. And what are the worlds that you see, and is there anything that we can do as just kind of citizens that might help move it in a direction that's of service?
So let's see. So maybe the way how I would paraphrase the question, there's a question, what can we do to increase probability of AI benefiting all the humanity? And historically speaking, I thought that the only answer to this question is to build AI, make it safe, and that's it. However, now I recognize that there are actually many other answers to this question, and many of them are actually fairly interesting. So let me start enumerating some.
Sure.
So one of them is even when you look at the fears of AI, one of the fears has to do with how it's gonna play for economy, how it's gonna play for the livelihood of individuals, and people have some ideologies that they believe in. It's like, oh, capitalism will solve it, or maybe we should do UBI. And
universal basic income.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I actually think that there is a huge opportunity for economists to start building new economic models to actually be able to predict how the AGI economy will look like, because the old models, they have some assumptions that are becoming invalid, and also just to track it as good as possible. And when you do forecasts, you can even see, is it matching the reality 3 months after, 6 months after? And that's an example of a piece of knowledge, non-trivial to create, that if we would have, that would allow, or that would help with making like recommendations for actually what governments should do or what individuals should do from economic perspective. That's one. Let's move to another one, which I think you will find interesting. So in case of social media, it was promising to connect us. However, we find that there are evidence that for many teenagers, it increases depression, also rates of suicide. And I don't think that it was intended, but it happened for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And in case of AI, there are amazing opportunities, and that would be really unfortunate if what we would find out is that AI, instead of living up to all these amazing things that it could create, it would actually make people more lonely, or emotionally distressed, or even psychotic or so. And one way to go about that is actually, again, to be measuring. Like if we can measure, and you can think about in case of well-being, there are just many axes. So there's like emotional well-being, there is like a human connection, there is health, there is a physical well-being. And if we could measure, and we can measure even from perspective of what happens for people who use it, who don't use it, what happens to people who use it after some time, what happens to kids. And the more we understand that, the more there is opportunity to actually try to fix it for some particular groups. So if we don't know, then we
can't improve it.
We cannot improve it. So I think that's yet another answer to the question of what can we do to increase probability of AI playing out well. I have further answers.
Okay.
So you can think that AI is inherently a dual-use technology. And dual-use technology means that it can be used for good or for evil or bad. And to give an example, it could be potentially used to cure a variety of diseases. And I'm extremely excited about it. And the same intelligence of the models could be used to create pandemics. And similar thing is true when you look at cyber. In case of cyber, technology can be used to create software as to hack into, let's say, military bases or to steal nuclear codes. And then perhaps if we want for the AI to play out well, we might want to shift the balance between defense and offense toward the defense. The more defense we have, the more peaceful world we'll have. So I would say that's yet another answer to this question. And actually, I want to say it's surprising to me that it was surprising to me to find that there are so many answers to this question. What can we do to increase probability of AI playing out well? And it would be even hard to find people who would disagree that we shouldn't be moving, balance of offense versus defense toward defense. That I suspect that there are many more answers. I have some ideas myself, but in some sense, I'm almost like having a call to action for people to be asking themselves this question. And individually and for organizations and so on, there is no competition whatsoever. Like if someone will make a progress on this question and do something what generally is believed to increase probability of AI playing out well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And how is it to hold that responsibility? You're one of the people that has to be grappling with all these questions. Is that hard to kind of feel? I know you're with a team and there's lots of other people holding that, but do you feel, how does that impact your life? And are you able to like do you wake up in the middle of the night sometimes and being like, oh shit, did I forget? Or what about this? Or how does that feel in your being? And maybe that's why you go on meditation retreats. It's probably helpful, I'm guessing.
That's why I'm going to meditate.
Yeah.
And I would say here is what I've got with how I relate to it. So when you think about the potential and perils of AI, and you really deeply internalize it, it's gonna shake you to core.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you realize, actually, this quest is not about OpenAI. It's actually way bigger.
Yeah.
And I have seen many people essentially being being destroyed by the magnitude of the quest. It's almost like being asked to pull a train or so, and it's gonna wear you out. So so here is where I got myself. So I think it's still, let's say, fairly valuable to deeply believe that you can make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like some deep sense of empowerment.
Yeah.
And I think that if you believe in that too much,
Mm-hmm.
then either it's gonna, if that's the only thing that you believe, it's gonna burn you, but also you might become arrogant.
Yeah.
Okay? Then an alternative is to believe that, I'm just a small part in the puzzle,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe what I do doesn't matter. And I would say, if you too much believe in that, you're gonna be hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is something about being humble out of, just seeing yourself that way. And I think that my attitude tries to have both things at the same time, and that I found it to be the most healthy to me.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So I wanted to ask you, we were just at a high school, prom night ahead of the graduation, and I was talking to all these parents and moms and dads. They're like, I don't know what to tell my kid to study in college. And there's kids graduating from college who are also, my son's graduating, actually from NYU next week. And he and his friends are like, the world is changing so fast in terms of like the jobs that used to be there and the jobs. And they know that I'm really interested in AI. So then they ask me, like, okay, Soren, what should our child study? And I say, I really don't know what your child should study, whatever calls his or her heart. But I say, I do have some advice. I say, learn as much of the AI as you can, because you'll probably be more valuable to a company if you know how to use AI, and it'll probably be kind of like maximize your capacity. But I also think as AI develops, human need for human connection and meditation retreats and spirituality will also develop in ways that the AI probably won't be able to help with. So there's probably interesting vocations that will emerge on both those streams. But I say most importantly is that your child gets to know him or herself, right? And actually like grows as a human being, because that capacity will allow them to adjust and iterate and be resilient to whatever the conditions are. Is that the right answer? Or is there another answer? Because there's a lot of people looking at the world and they're like, what's the safe thing I should do? Or where's the world going? And how do I make sure that I'm not lost? And I'm curious, and I know you have a young one who eventually will grow up and probably also try to navigate in the world, but I'm curious your thoughts on that.
This is a really good answer. I can tell you, what I will say, this is like to some extent a paraphrasing to what you said. So, some students are learning to exams, okay? Trying to max out particular exam, and I would advise against that. I would say you might want to understand fundamentals. It's like a way more important to have a deep understanding of the core ideas rather than shallow understanding of many things.
Yeah.
And it's almost like even when you imagine that we'll be living in the world with super advanced AI, it will still make a difference out of how many things it can make sense. And the world might be, or at least that's the hope, that we are going toward the world of abundance. And there will be variety of opportunities depending on what you understand. Then,
and do you believe we'll likely go to a world of abundance, or is it really hard to say right now?
So I would say in case of AGI, I believe that it will be able to generate a tremendous amount of wealth. I believe that the variety of diseases will be cured. I believe that the new materials will be invented. And maybe my mental model is like, think about 100 years being compressed to 10 years. So that's how I think about it. And we have seen that, we have seen already with the contemporary models that scientists, they are just surprised at scientists who work on the given problem for many years. They all of a sudden, they ask a model and it solves their problem within a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then, they are
AlphaFold in other areas, yeah.
Yeah, there's like there was this scientist, when he had seen how the model solved their problem, was questioning it to such extent that he thought that we had that the model was looking into his emails. That he couldn't believe.
It was cheating somehow.
Cheating,
Yeah.
and so I think that from scientific perspective, I believe that we'll be able to solve tremendous number of problems. I also think that there is like from medical perspective, I also think many diseases will will advance them, and it's like it's almost like if I. For the really long period of time, the way how we were doing medicine, it was something like there's a person walking over a forest, and they look at the plant, and they try it out. Let's see what's going to happen. So that's how we were doing medicine for some time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's quite recent that there is like some intelligent design into it.
Yeah.
Like I was reading this blog post describing how exactly mRNA COVID vaccine works, and it looked the design of it looked almost like similar to writing computer program. It's like there's like a sequence A, that's like meant to bind to this receptor and to do this and so on. And if I think I could just imagine the following thing. Imagine that there will be data centers. You have this gigantic data center running thousands of experiments and actually making sense of them and suggesting new experiments. And currently for humans, there is like just too much. Like the people joke that we have doctors for left ear and right ear, and these are like separate individuals. And for AI, there is no problem with holding so much knowledge at the same time. So if I think about the fields like, let's say, medicine, scientific discovery, education, I think we can make a tremendous progress. And I almost believe that people cannot comprehend actually the level of the progress that can be made. And maybe one way to think about it is, if you've, I said the 100 years would be in 10 years, that's, then perhaps, I don't know about the next 10 years, like how much compression there would be. But if you think about the life of people 250 years ago, most of them, they were spending time farming. So you stay at farm, you really, sun is scorching your back, and you work long hours, you are fairly tired. That's what your entire life is about. You die at the age of 30. Okay, and if they would think about what kind of life we have now, they would be. It's like a
Hard to believe.
You have like this job of influencer.
Yeah.
And it's like
I still have a hard time believing that, actually.
And it's like I don't think that people would believe that it's a job.
Yeah, it's a well-paid job, actually.
So I think that there will be create a tremendous abundance, and obviously there's like many things to pay attention. So for instance, thing which is possible is Third World War. That's like a possible thing. That's not out of the question. There's like a struggle of great powers. That's one possibility. It's also a possibility that AI would be used in some other nefarious ways, like as I mentioned several times for bio, or even in case of hacking, like hacking into nuclear codes or so, which itself could actually start the Third World War. There is also, on societal level, that can also play out in all sorts of ways. So you could imagine that we simultaneously solve all these scientific challenges, and yet at the same time, some people are negatively impacted, either economically or mentally. So.
That's what I mean. It's like there's so many things you have to hold as possibilities, including the possibility, too, that we'll be the healthiest, longest living, most fit, most intelligent, depressed population ever at the same time. Like we'll have everything but not knowing who we are, which is also possible. And I love that you're asking those questions. And I think the experiences we have of opening, whether it's psychedelics or meditation or nature or prayer or whatever people find, my hope is that stays alive and that those two worlds can kind of dance together. And that to me is, I'm really glad that there's people like you trying to hold these questions and understanding that the work you do on yourself allows you to be a better holder of that space, right? The work you do on yourself allows you, hopefully, to see all these pieces and make the decisions that are as clear as you can, coming from as a clear place as you can.
You asked me also, there was a question about the connection between consciousness and AI, and I still have some answers.
Okay.
So I started, there's various ways to go about this question. So, you can ask the level in which AI could help us to learn who we are. So that's one level. There's also a level of what is consciousness, and is AI conscious? And
is it conscious? I don't think it is yet.
So let's see.
And we all have a few minutes left, but I'm curious your thoughts on that. Well, don't worry about the clock for now. But
So let's see. So.
Will you let us know if it becomes conscious? Just send me a text.
I want to, for a second, also to discuss if it's conscious, what kind of consciousness would that be, and also how to check if it's conscious.
Okay.
And these are two different questions. So let's see. Maybe the best answer that I have heard so far of how to check if AI is conscious would be by connecting it to your brain. And if you have some expansion, I don't know what would that mean. Then you can say it's somehow expanding your consciousness. This is not a perfect experiment because we know things which by themselves are not conscious, and you put them into brain and you have a sense that your consciousness expanded. But that's something. So I would say that's one. It's also possible, imagine the moment models are train over the data that speaks about the consciousness, but if someone would redact all the data such that it doesn't mention in any even remote way concept of consciousness, and then you train model on that, and then you have a conversation, and then the model is saying, I was wondering, and there's this strange thing, I don't know how to call it, and it just starts describing you. That could be another way to prove if AI is conscious. Let me also describe you what if it's conscious, what kind of a consciousness that would be. So the models at the moment, they are pre-trained on the all the data out there. Okay, so they consume all the human knowledge that is available on internet, and because of that, they are able to mimic arbitrary personalities. Okay, and at the same time, anytime when you start a new session, the model is having wiped out memory. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Like at the moment, there are ways to kind of put into context maybe some relevant historical facts, but it's like a.
If you're going from GPT-3 to GPT-4, you start fresh.
No, I mean the following thing. I mean, let's say you start a new chat, and and this new chat, like if I start a new chat with you, you can refer to our previous conversations. But when I start the new chat with ChatGPT, typically it wouldn't have references to anything that was said before, and the conversation just leaves. The experience just leaves from the beginning to the end of conversation. So there is this movie Memento. It's about the guy who has actually broken memory, and he puts the tattoos to figure out, to remind himself what is true versus not. So it's like ChatGPT is a little bit like that. It's like, wait a second, it's like and looks at the tattoos. Oh, I'm speaking with this person about this. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we're just about to close, and I was wondering. I know you have a young child, and at some point, maybe that young child will watch this at some point, 10, 15, kind of 20 years from now. And I'm curious, what would be the message you want to leave us with, or would want to tell him as if he was to watch this video years later about, like, here's some of the things, here's my hope, and here's some of the things I think are important for us to pay attention to or keep in our minds and hearts as we navigate into this new chapter?
Yeah, I mean, I deeply want the world to be great for my child. Like, if it's not, then it sucks. Then, like, what's the point?
Right, right. And to increase the likelihood of that, what would be one or two things you think that anybody listening to this could try to put attention to that might help increase the chances of that?
That might sound a little bit meta, but I would say ask themselves the question, what can be done to increase probability of AI playing out well? And I believe that people have just so many different trainings and perspectives that actually, as we'll start asking this question, there will come up some novel answers. People like, lawyers, doctors, software engineers, they will have all different answers. And I think this is just the correct question to be asking.
Yeah, beautiful, because I sit with the reality of it happening, and I know I don't see half the world that you see, but I sit with the reality, and I sometimes want to shake people, like, you know what's happening? Like, this thing is happening, and it's happening really fast. And I also, for me, there is like advancement, upgrade of consciousness. Like, we need a new model of consciousness. Like, the more conscious and aware, and the more we work on our own trauma and our own healing, for me, that's probably the best chance that we'll be able to use whatever powers come to us in a way that's beneficial. But if we don't work on ourselves and we kind of stick into kind of the old model, I think that there's probably less likely that we'll be able to harness the power that's coming in a way that might be positive. And I know that's kind of vague in terms of how we expand our hearts and open our hearts, but to me that's an area that I think is super interesting, because it can consciousness upgrade as the AI upgrades.
I would actually almost say, like, if you look at any Apple product, you see Steve Jobs in it.
Yeah.
Like, maybe not exactly in every single piece, but like, but
his personality.
Exactly. So, and I think that's true for actually any other company.
Yeah.
and that you see personality of leaders in actually pieces of the technology that they are creating. And let's see. And you know, I think it's actually very important to be, I would say, collectively aspiring for the version of the world that we want to build. It's also makes sense not to vindicate people. It makes sense to try to be helpful, to try to look for the solutions which are actually win-win-win for everyone.
Yeah.
And you know, I was thinking the other day, that's like an example of what is yet another thing that could be done, which would be overall beneficial to AI, would be take CEOs of frontier companies and put them into meditation retreat or therapy. And it's like a very...
Yeah. Politicians, let's throw politicians in there, dude.
That would be a good addition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wojciech, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing this world with us and sharing your perspectives. And you are in a very unique position, and we really appreciate you kind of letting us into the world that you see and your own journeys with your inner work. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. So we are going to close this show. Michelle. Yes.
Yes, I'm here to close the show with you.
Let's do it. We have 3 minutes and 44 seconds. There is a reception happening on the rooftop in like 3 minutes. So you have to go to the elevator and go to the rooftop, and we'll have like appetizers and drinks and beautiful views. So that's happening. You will get a feedback form in the mail or in the email, and we don't really care about your experience. No, we do care about your experience. So if things you like, things you dislike, things you wish were happening next year, sometimes we read the feedback, sometimes we don't. But we like to have the feedback so as we dream up the next things.
We do.
We do. Somebody does.
We do.
Yeah. What else?
And just acknowledging all of our volunteers and everyone in the back in production, everyone who helps. Yeah. Amazing. So lucky. And also just acknowledging Soren, because he hates to be acknowledged.
Yes, I hate to acknowledge. And Michelle.
Thank you.
So we will see you upstairs. Is there anything they need to know before we go upstairs?
No, just, we do have to be out of the space at 4:30.
Yeah, so we'll move on.
Yeah, we're just going to kind of move up and out.
If you want to have your great conversations, go upstairs and have them.
Yes.
And thank you for a wonderful couple days.
Yes, and one last time, we love you. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
Have a beautiful day.